Hello and welcome to Byju's Exam Prep IAS. A very good morning to everyone. I hope all of you are doing good. I welcome you back to lecture number 9, module number 9, that is the last class of governance. I hope all of you are doing good. I hope you had a good off day yesterday. Good morning, good morning, good morning, everyone. Let's wait for a couple of minutes. Let everyone join in, then we will begin the class. Thank you, everyone. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning, good morning. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Yes, Swati, this is the last class of governance, last module. Good morning, everyone. Perfect. So once again, a very good morning to all of you. I hope all of you are doing good. I hope you had a good off day yesterday. You used it to revise. You used it to practice a few questions as well. Today marks the beginning of module number 9. But before we do that, as always, quickly let's briefly recap the last module that we had on Wednesday. That was about the comparison of the constitution and a bit about the political systems. Let's go ahead with that very quickly. We started with a discussion on the different types of political systems and the political parties that we have. We started a discussion about the different political systems around the world: one party, two party, multi party system. We discussed about the pros and cons. We discussed how India has a multi party system allowing as many parties as possible. There is no limit on who and how many number of parties can we have. India right now has the highest number of registered political parties in the entire world. Then we discuss about the political ideologies: what is right ideology, what is left ideology, how extreme of both of these are bad. Doesn't matter if you're extreme towards the right or extreme towards the left, both of these are extremely, extremely bad. Then the party system in India: how the first step is you have to register your political party. You have to do that with the Election Commission of India. They are the powerful body under the Representation of People Act to give registration to your political body. Then the next step is usually how to get your political party recognized. Recognition of the political parties is dependent on the performance in the elections. On the basis of that, political parties can either become national recognized parties or state recognized parties, but for that, you have to fulfill certain criteria. We discussed about the criteria for the national party, one of the three, and then for the state party, one of the five. We discussed about the benefits that a recognized party gets as compared to a registered or a non recognized political party. Then we started a discussion on various constitutions of major nations around the world, comparison of their main provisions with that of the Indian Constitution. We studied a lot in detail about the American Constitution, especially because this is the one from where most of the questions have come in the past. How the Americans have a similar kind of a history as compared to India. They were also ruled by the British as India was. The difference was that America was a country that was established by the British with their 13 colonies. They have a very short, brief constitution which is written in nature, world's first written constitution, as it is often called. They have also ensured that states have a right to have their own constitution. So all 50 states, 50, have their own constitution, and at the center government, we have a separate constitution. It's a very rigid constitution, very difficult to make changes in the constitution. It also has separation of powers. There's separation of power between the executive, legislative, and the judiciary. It also has something like the Bill of Rights. There is supremacy of the Constitution, and it also has a control of checks and balances, so that legislative, executive, judiciary, all of these are keeping a check on each other. Then discuss that the states cannot be divided without the states wanting to. Judiciary is supreme. It is also a federal country, but unlike India, true federal country, a lot more powers have been given to the state governments. India follows a parliamentary form of government, while America follows a presidential model of government. They also have dual citizenship. Every American citizen is also citizen of one of the states. Then we discuss about the different houses, lower house and the upper house, how the upper house is extremely, extremely powerful. Then the president of the US, how the elections will happen, the removal. We discussed that the word impeachment has a different meaning in India as compared to impeachment word being used in the US. In US, impeachment is just the first step of the president removal, while in India, impeachment is equivalent to removal only. In the US, if the lower house passes a resolution, the president is said to be impeached but not removed. Removal will only happen if the Senate also goes ahead and passes the resolution. Then we had discussion about their lawmaking process, which is pretty similar to that of the Indian lawmaking process, the same three-stage process. Then we discussed how their joint sitting and veto power is different. In Indian joint sitting, we have all the members of both the houses sitting together. In their joint sitting, they have equal number of members from both the houses. Then we compared the veto powers. Indian president has no time limit to sign on the bill. American president has a 10-day time limit. Also, when the session comes to an end, the bill also in the American Parliament lapses, which does not happen in India. Then we discuss the filibuster rule in Senate, one of the most criticized or the most uh, debated rules in the American Senate. It just says that if a Senate member is speaking, he or she will not be interrupted unless they themselves want to stop their speech. Then the dual setup of their judiciary, how in India the judiciary is integrated. We have not divided judiciary between the center and the state. The same cases will go to all the courts. In America, that is not true. State cases go to state judiciary, center cases go to the federal judiciary. Then we discussed at the retirement that the judges in America do not have any retirement. Then we discussed about the British Constitution, that they have an unwritten constitution. So their constitution is sourced from various places, ancient documents, parliamentary laws, all of them together are considered as the constitution of the country. They have parliamentary form of government, the same feature that we have taken. They have a constitutional monarchy, a monarchy whose powers are defined and limited by the constitution. They are a unitary constitution, no division in states or provinces, flexible constitution because there is no amendment process. And the Parliament of Britain is truly sovereign because they have no judicial review. The Supreme Court cannot strike down any law passed by the Parliament of Britain. Then we discuss how they also are a bicameral legislature. Lower house is called House of Commons, upper house is the House of Lords. Then we discuss about French Constitution, which is called the Fifth Republic because it is the fifth Republican constitution in French history. Because they have experimented quite a lot, they keep on changing their forms of government. Right now, they have a semi-presidential form where people directly elect their president, like the presidential form of government, but they also have a prime minister and council of ministers, which is like the parliamentary form of government. So it's a mix of the two. Parliament has limited powers in France because it can only make laws on a few things. On everything else, the president of France has the power to make laws, to make the rules. Like Britain, it's also a unitary constitution, no states, no provinces. The interesting part again is how to amend the constitution. In France, there are two ways to amend the constitution. Either the French parliament can do that, or if not, then we will have a referendum. In the referendum, the people of France will vote and decide whether they want to amend the constitution or not. Then we discuss a few things about the Australian constitution, how Australia was also ruled by the British. Even today, Australia is not a republic. They are still, in a way, a dominion because the British monarch, the British king, or the British queen are still the official head of Australia. On behalf of the king or the queen, in Australia, they have a post called the Governor General, very similar to our president, who signs on the bill, who gives assent. The Governor General works on the advice of the ministers only. So, again, a kind of a ceremonial head, just like we have in case of Indian president. Every state of Australia, like Indian states, have a governor. They also have a similar kind of a job: sign on the bills, give assent without any discretionary powers. Their amendment process is slightly different from France. In France, either the parliament could pass the bill, or the or the referendum could happen, either of the two. In Australia, both are required. It's a two-step process to amend the Australian constitution. First step is the Parliament of Australia would have to pass the bill by a special majority. If they do, the next would be referendum from the people. Both of these things have to be done, not one of the two. Both of these things have to be done. Only then we can say that the constitution of Australia has been amended. Because it is a difficult process, so far in the history of Australia, there have only been eight amendments. The Constitution of Australia has only been amended 8 times, although there has been about 44 proposals that have been given to amend the Australian Constitution, but so far it has only been amended 8 times in its close to 123 years of history. Then we saw the role of the Governor General, similar to India's president. Australia is also a federal country, more like India than like Australia. States have power but lesser than the center. Although the state governments in Australia have their own constitution, but states cannot make any law that is contrary to the center government law. Like India's concurrent list. If the state governments make a law and that law is contrary to the Australian Parliament or the Australian National Constitution, that law will not be allowed. So their federal structure is very similar to that of India, with states having lesser power as compared to India. This was our second last module that we had discussed on Wednesday. Today will be the beginning of last, that is module number 9 of governance. What we will be studying today, let me first tell you. We will be discussing about the role of civil services in a society, in a democracy. When you become a civil servant, what are you expected to do and what are you not expected to do? Also, the issues in civil services in India, any reforms that need to be introduced in civil services in India, how is it that the government is changing the civil services? Also, the role of UPSC as a constitutional body, the role of State Public Service Commission, what do they do and how do they work? These are the things that we will be beginning with module number 9. That is the last module. I will open it up for 2-3 minutes. If you have any question about the last module, please do let me know. Sakib, trial means Senate at the second stage of president removal will act as a kind of a court to decide whether the president of America is guilty or not. And then they will decide on the removal of the president of the US. Okay. Should we go ahead then? Nothing else? Good to begin? Pulkit is saying Taliban is right wing extremism or left wing. Pulkit, Taliban is an example of right wing extremism. Yes, Manoj. In Australia, their prime minister's power is the same as that of India. Ranjan, as I said, Magna Carta is the first ever document which led to the British Parliament getting some power. The king transferred some of the powers. Yes, Alok, Prime Minister of Australia, is chosen almost exactly the same way as the Indian Prime Minister. You vote for your party of your choice, whichever party comes to majority, their leader becomes a Prime Minister. Misbah is asking in which country parliament or referendum is required. Misbah, France. France. Okay, then. Good time to begin. Perfect. So today is the module number 9. As I said, we'll be starting with UPSC part. How does it work? What are the functions of the UPSC? And then we'll go into the civil services part. Now, if you look at all the constitutional bodies that we have in India, the bodies created by the Constitution of India, One of those bodies that will always be a part of your life, hopefully now, is the UPSC. The UPSC, that is the Union Public Service Commission. The Union Public Service Commission. Similarly, at the state level, we have the State Public Service Commission. Then we also have something called a Joint Public Service Commission. Joint Public Service Commission. Now, please remember, out of these three, the Union Public Service Commission, the State Public Service Commission, the Joint Public Service Commission, out of these three, only the first two are constitutional bodies. Please, please, please do remember that. The first two are constitutional bodies. In other words, the first two have been established by the Constitution of India. The third one, the Joint Public Service Commission, is a statutory body. We'll understand the difference in just a bit. Let's first start with what does the UPSC do exactly. As all of you are very well aware, the UPSC conducts the entrance examinations for the topmost post in the Indian bureaucratic system. We have discussed this earlier also. In the Indian bureaucracy, the public services, the people that work for the government of India, there are different levels of people. That is called Group A, which is the highest level, the gazetted officers. Then we have Group B, Group C, Group D, etc. Group A, these are the ones that are recruited by the UPSC. The UPSC has been given the responsibility to conduct the examination for recruitment into the Group A services. That is what the UPSC does. Now, the one important thing is many people assume that this is the only job of UPSC, but that is not true. The only job of UPSC is not to conduct the examinations. In fact, if, and I really hope for all of you, if you do clear the UPSC exam, for example, and you become an IAS officer, the UPSC will remain a part of your life throughout your entire career. For example, if you are an IAS officer and the government, let's assume, wants to transfer you from one department to the other department, from one ministry to the other ministry for whatever reason, for that also, the government would ask for the advice of UPSC. They would ask for their advice. Do you think this officer would be more suited in the other ministry or not? Do you think this officer should be transferred, should not be transferred? Obviously, their advice is never binding on the government. That's a different matter altogether. But their advice is something that the government seeks. Government does ask a lot of questions for the serving IAS officers also about from the UPSC. So in that sense, UPSC is extremely, extremely important and powerful. Now, if you look at the appointment, the UPSC and the Joint Public Service Commission, they are appointed by the President of India, while the State Public Service Commissions are appointed by the Governor. So whichever state you are in, if you are, let's say, in Gujarat, if you're watching this from Tamil Nadu, you're watching this from, let's say, Himachal Pradesh, Rajasthan, Punjab, UP, all of your states have your own Public Service Commission. Those are appointed by your state governors, while the UPSC and the Joint Public Service Commission, which we'll discuss in just a bit, will be appointed by the President of India. How many members? What do they do? Let's try and understand. The interesting part is the Constitution of India does not tell how many members will there be. How many members? There is no clarity given in the Constitution. However, usually there are 9 to 11 members. This is the usual thing, usually 9 to 11 members. But you would see that how many members will there be? There is no clarity as such. Also, there is no qualification specifically mentioned. No qualification mentioned as to who will be the UPSC chairperson or members. However, the Constitution of India just says one thing. The Constitution says at least half of the members of the UPSC should be those who have held an office for at least 10 years under government of India or government of a state. At least half of the officers in this commission should be these who have been in the service of the government of India or government of any state for at least 10 years. Now, if you usually look at the UPSC, and it's pretty easy, you go to UPSC website, you will be able to see who are the members right now. You don't have to remember them. But if you see who usually become the UPSC members, there are either civil servants, IAS officers, IPS officers, IRS, IFS, these kind of officers. And there are also even people retired from the armed forces. So you will see a lot of people, for example, retired from a very high post in Air Force, retired from the army, retired from the navy, and they are now here. Then you also have many academicians, professors, famous professors of different universities in India, professors of, let's say, Delhi University, then JNU, other famous universities in India, their professors, they also get to become members. So it's a very diverse board usually. There is no qualification given, except, as I said, at least half of the members should have served under government of India or the government of a state for at least 10 years. The tenure for state or UPSC is 6 years. The difference is in the retirement age. Please remember, for UPSC members, retirement age is 65, while for state PCS or for JPSC, for state PCS or JPSC, the tenure will be the same, but the retirement age will be 62 years. Again, tenure for both state or the center level will be the same as 6 years. Difference lies in the retirement age. For UPSC, it is 65, and for state or joint public service commission, this is just 62 years. The removal, something that we have been discussing from the very first day of governance, as I've been given example time and time again. The removal process is the same for UPSC, the same for CIC, the same for CVC, the same for Lokpal, the same for NHRC. All of these are the same. President of India can remove them. The President of India will have to ask the Supreme Court to conduct an inquiry, and the Supreme Court will then decide whether or not the person is charged with any of these offenses, and the person will then remove it. Now, there's something very interesting and important that you must know. Please understand this. Usually, in the government, there is one rule, and in apart from the government, also there is one rule in private sector. The rule is usually that the person who appointed you, the person who appointed you is usually the same person who removes you. Usually, so if you're appointed by your job, by your boss can remove you. That is usually the case. In government, there is a rule. It is written in the constitution about the public services. The rule is public servants can be removed either from the same rank or by the same rank where they were appointed, or by a person of the higher rank. I'll repeat, listen to this very carefully. There is a rule in Indian public services, that is, you can be removed by the same officer who appointed you or by the officer who is higher than your appointing authority. Let me try and explain this to you with examples so that you can understand. Let's take State Public Service Commission, for example. The State Public Service Commission, they are appointed by they are appointed by governor of a state. They are appointed by governor. However, the rule says you can be removed by either the same post who appointed you, so they can be removed by governor, or a post higher than them. So higher than governor would be the president of India. So basically, the state PCS officers are also or are removed by the president of India actually, not by governor. That is usually a very unique kind of a thing, because usually what happens In most government services, including ministers, prime ministers, governors, in all of these posts, the appointing authority and the removal authority is usually the same. If the president appoints you, the president removes you. If the governor appoints you, the governor removes you. But one exception is the State Public Service Commission. In the State Public Service Commission, while the appointment is done by by the governor of the state, but the removal will be done by the President of India. So please remember this removal process that you see here, done by the president after consulting the Supreme Court, removal process, this is applicable to UPSC, state PSC, and even the joint public service commissions. All these three chairperson or members will be removed in the same manner. For all of them, the President of India has a removal power. For all of them, it is a President of India who will ask the Supreme Court to conduct an inquiry. The Supreme Court will go ahead and check whether or not the person is guilty of any of these things. If yes, then the President will order the removal. I will repeat it one more time because it's early morning. Most of you are not hearing properly. So let me repeat it one more time so that you are wide awake. State Public Service Commission is appointed by the governor but removed by the President of India. President of India removes UPSC members also, state PCS members also, and the Joint Public Service Commission members also. And for all of these, the same process has to be followed. So please, please, please do remember that. Okay. Yes, Rashmi, you have to remember these offenses. Now, usually these are the things that are written in the Constitution. Article 321 says the parliament or the state legislature may extend the powers of the PCA. So basically, what does it mean? Parliament may extend the powers of the UPSC, state legislature may extend the powers of the State Public Service Commission. Now, what does it mean? What does it mean? Let's assume that the government of India thinks that apart from UPSC, the other bodies that conduct exam in India are not very efficient. Apart from UPSC, look at State Public Service Commission, the paper keeps on getting leaked. You look at SSC exam, Bank PO exam, there is some problem or the other. They don't get joining, or maybe the paper gets leaked. There's a lot of scam that happens. So let's assume that tomorrow the government of India thinks that let us ask the UPSC only to conduct the SSC exam. May happen, right? The government of India may think let us ask the UPSC only to conduct the SSC exam. How can they do that? The parliament can do that because a parliament can extend the powers of the public service commissions. The Parliament of India can extend the powers and they can then go ahead and decide that, okay, in the State Public Service Commission, let us have the UPSC, in fact, conduct the examination of the SSC or even the Bank PO. Similarly, extending the powers of State Public Service Commission is with the state legislature. The state legislature, if they want, they can also increase the powers of the State Public Service Commission. So Parliament will increase the power of the UPSC and the GPSC as well. While for the State Public Service Commission, the powers will be increased by the state legislature. Their salaries are charge expenditures, which all of you know mean they are not votable by the Parliament. Not votable by the Parliament or the state legislature. The salary is given to them automatically. They do not have to wait and see whether the salary would come or not. Also, just like the other bodies as we have discussed so far, just like all these bodies, the UPSC and the state PSC and the Joint Public Service Commission, all of them have to prepare an annual report. All of them have to prepare an annual report. UPSC will give their annual report to the President of India. State PCS will give the annual report to the governor of the state. JPSC will give the annual report to whichever state that they are working for. Let me first tell you JPSC for just a second so that you can understand the idea and not confused. What is JPSC? Joint Public Service Commission, that is the JPSC. The idea is simple. If two or more than two states want to come together and have a mixed or have a combined public service commission, for example, two or more than two states think that they separately don't want to have their own public service commission. They want to have one joint, one combined public service commission. Then what do? They can request to the Parliament of India that please make a joint public service commission for us. The Parliament can pass a law, and that law can lead to the formation of a joint public service commission. That is why, as I told you in the very first slide, that Joint Public Service Commission will be a statutory body. It will be a statutory body. Why? Because its formation will be done by the Parliament of India. So, a Joint Public Service Commission can be established if two or more than two states want to have a joint body, and then for this purpose, they request the Parliament that please set up this body so that they can have or we can have a joint examination. Now, I'll give you an example of where and in what situation does it usually happen. It usually happens in situations when you have a new state that is created recently. Let's take an example of Haryana. In 1966, Haryana was created out of Punjab. So some part of Punjab got carved out, it became Haryana. So when you just have a new state formed just recently, they may not have formed their own public service commission, but they want to conduct the examination as soon as possible. So what happens is they may request the parliament that for some time, please allow us to have a joint commission. Like Haryana requested the Parliament of India to allow them to have a joint public service commission with Punjab for some years, and they did it. After that, after some years, Haryana created their own public service commission, so it was a separate then. After that, we have not had joint public service commissions because every state wants to control their own public service commissions. So most of them don't want to have joint public service commissions. But joint commission is an option. If the states request, the parliament can do that. So let's say if the joint public service commission, let's say, is formed for Haryana and Punjab. If that is the case, what will happen? They will present the report to both the governors. So they'll present the report to Haryana also and Punjab also. So basically, dependent upon which are the states that have come together to form the Joint Public Service Commission, based on that, usually you have the Joint Public Service Commission giving the report to the governor of each of the state. That is how the Joint Public Service Commissions usually work. Now, let's come to the functioning part. The UPSC, if you look at the overall functioning of the UPSC, what do they do? What are they supposed to do? You can club their functions into two categories. One category of functions are those which are mandatory. One category is those which are mandatory. Mandatory means these are the functions that they must perform. On the other hand, the other functions that we have are advisory in nature. Advisory in which the government just takes advice from them in some matter, let's say transfer, promotion, etc. Mandatory function they have to perform. For example, the main mandatory functions are conducting the exam for which you are all preparing. That's the main mandatory function. That you have to conduct the examination for the Group A officers. On the other hand, the advisory functions are mainly about the advice part. The advice about, let's say, promotion of someone, you want to transfer someone, all of these kind of things. Let's look into them in a lot more detail. Let's start with the mandatory functions. As I said in the beginning, mandatory functions are those which they have to do every single year. It is their duty to conduct the examinations for which you are also preparing. Also, if the states request the assistance of UPSC, that might also happen. Let's say there is a state government who is not able to conduct the examination properly. They may ask for help from the UPSC as well. That can you help us? making a notification, preparing a paper. Can you help us in conducting the exam? Can you help us in checking of copies or whatever? Whatever help they require. Basically, everything related to the conduct of this examination is a mandatory function on them. That this is something that you have to do, something that they can't say no to. This is something that they have to do. Conducting exam at the center level, and if help is asked for from the states, then helping the states also conduct the examination in whatever capacity that they want help. Checking of copies, preparing the list, etc., etc. Having, let's say, exam centers, printing of papers, whatever help that the states need, they will be there to provide the help. That is the mandatory function that they have to do. Now, the advisory functions. As I told you earlier, if you do become a civil servant, an IAS officer, or any central civil service officer, the role of UPSC in your life will not end till the day of your retirement. Because whatever you do during your job, the government of India may keep asking advice of the UPSC about that. Not just this, if the government wants to, let's say, recruit someone for a short time, not through the exam, apart from the UPSC exam, let's say the government of India wants to recruit someone for some post, direct interview or something like that, then also government will ask for their advice for different methods of recruitment. Let's say government of India wants to recruit a consultant on a special project for some time, 2 years, 3 years. Let's say the government of India is making a bullet train project. So government of India wants to recruit 10 people just for that project. Those who have experience in that case, they can ask for advice of the UPSC how to do that, how to go about that. They can also ask for advice of UPSC when it comes to promotion, transfer, and other such appointments. Now, listen to this very, very, very carefully. Many of you might not know this, so listen to this very carefully. Do you know, once you have entered the civil services, doesn't matter which service you have entered, doesn't matter you are a railway officer, postal officer, IAS officer, IPS officer, doesn't really matter. If the government thinks that you will be better suited for some other service, the government can transfer you there as well. For example, there are a lot of IPS officers who were later on made India's ambassadors to many other countries, which is usually a post of foreign services officers only. Because the government thought that no, you are better suited to go there. If the government thinks an IAS officer is better suited as India's ambassador to some other country, they can do that as well. If the government wants you to be transferred from internally one service to the other, they can do that. There is no rule preventing the government from doing that, because it is a responsibility of the government to take the best out of you. Whatever skills that you have, whatever knowledge that you have, to bring the best out of you, the government may transfer you from one service to the other service, or obviously from one department to the other department as well. The only thing that they have to do is ask for advice of the UPSC. Ask UPSC that, do you think it's a good idea? Would this person be able to survive there? What do you think? Whatever UPSC said doesn't really matter to the government. It's just like your parents want to buy a car, you are in class 5, they ask you, so tell me, what car does my good beta want? And my good beta says, Papa, I want to buy a Ferrari. And Papa says, very good, we'll buy a Ferrari. Next day you see Maruti Suzuki Swift in your house, and you're like, this is your Safari, this is your Ferrari. So again, it's the objective of the advice is make them feel good. The objective of the advice is not really to take it that seriously. So if the government really wants to transfer the advice of the UPSC, unfortunately, it doesn't really that matter that much. The government will do that whatever they want. Also, if the government wants to take disciplinary action against you or against a civil servant for anything that they did, then also government will ask for advice of the UPSC. Again, here, just like in the previous case, the advice is never binding. It does not matter what the advice is. If the government has made up their mind, they will punish you, they will take some action, then they will. Doesn't matter what the UPSC says to them. That will not change the mind of the government of India. If the government wants to punish you, they will punish you no matter what. They will ask for advice, but that's more of a formality, nothing more than that. Now, the other part that you must remember, and this is from the prelims examination point of view, is what can the UPSC chairperson or members do after their retirement? After the UPSC members or state PSC members or chairperson retire, after that, they cannot have any other government job. If they complete their tenure of 6 years and they have still not retired, there are only few options that they have. In your books, you will see this written in the paragraph form. Over here, I have made a table for your ease of understanding. If you are someone who wants to make things difficult for you, please ignore the table. Go ahead and read the paragraph form. That is entirely also up to you. But this is a table that I made to make it easier for you to remember from the prelims exam point of view. This table tells you who can do what once their tenure is over. For example, let's go ahead, look at it one by one. So, if you are the UPSC chairperson, once you retire, or once you complete your tenure, what can you do? Nothing. Once you complete your tenure, no other job will be available for you. If you're a UPSC member, your tenure is over, but you are still not 65, then what do? You have two options. Either you can become a UPSC chairperson, or either you can become chairperson of a state public service commission. You cannot have nothing else. You cannot have anything else in the government. Third, if you are a state public service commission chairman, if you're a state public service commission chairman and your tenure is over, then what do? You have three options remaining. One option, you become a UPSC chairperson. Second option, you become a UPSC member. And third, you become a state PCS chairperson of some other state, not the same state. So, for example, you were a state PCS chairperson of Chhattisgarh. Your tenure is over. Now, you can still become a chairperson one more time, but not of the same state. You have to go and apply for some other state, not in the same state. Next, what about the state PCS members? Once their tenure is over, they have the most options available. They can either become a UPSC chairperson or a UPSC member or a state public service commission chairman also of any state. This is an important table for all of you to remember. This is given in a paragraph form in your M. Lakshmikant book. If you look at your M. Lakshmikant book and look at the chapter that is UPSC and state PSC, in both of these chapters, you will find this information but given in a very confusing manner in a paragraph form. So we have made a table for you so that it is easier for you to understand. This is just a table and clarification of what can you do once you have completed one tenure. As simple as that. I think anyone can understand the table. What can you do once you have completed your tenure? What exactly are the different options that you have? Now, at the same time, we still have a lot of issues in the working of the public service commissions. There are issues because of which they have not been able to match their full potential. There are issues because of which they have not been able to be very, very successful for a lot of reasons. First, their recommendations are never binding. And the government increasingly has been deviating from their recommendations. The good part for you is, so far at least, we have not seen the government deviating from the recruitment recommendation. So at least that part is good for you. It has not happened so far that they have suggested to the government that recruit 100 people that we have or 1,000 people from this year exam, and the government says no, we will not. They have not rejected that recommendation, but they can. Please remember, I've told this earlier as well. No recommendation made by the UPSC is ever binding on the government. I told you earlier as well. Remember, when you get the UPSC result, it just says one word. Either it says recommended in your result card, or it will say not recommended. So basically, what UPSC is saying is we will recommend your name to the government. Now it depends on the government whether they want to accept our recommendation or not. So at least for UPSC, usually you will see that we have a situation where the UPSC does accept most of the recommendations when it comes to the recruitment part of it. Second, second issue, they generally apply one size fits all approach to all the services. If you look at the UPSC exam, it's very interesting because the eligibility criteria is just one. You just have to be graduate. You just have to be graduate, right? After graduation, you give the exam. Doesn't matter what your background is, that is not taken into consideration while appointing a service to you or giving a service to you. Let's assume you are from arts background, even then revenue service will be given to you. Let's say you are from commerce and accounts background, but you may be given some other service, let's say postal service rather than revenue service, which may be better suited for you. Let's say you are someone who has a history with NCC, so you are better suited for the IPS service, but some other service can be given to you. It The service that is to be given to you only depends on your rank and your preference. You fill in your preference that this is my preference, this is the rank that I have, based on that the service will be given. They have not been able to, or they have not still made different types of eligibility criteria, for example, for different services. They still have been following one size fits all approach for all the services. They have not said that, okay, for this service let's have these kind of people, for this service let's have these kind of people. You may say it is a equalizer, that your background doesn't matter, but obviously if you have people from the same kind of a background, at least you can ensure that they will be better suited for their service. Third issue, no qualification criteria for UPSC state PSC members. As we discussed in the very beginning, the Constitution of India does not give any qualification criteria who can become UPSC members, who can become state PSC members. The government decides that. The only thing that is written is at least half of the members should have served with the government of India or government of a state for 10 years. That is the only thing that has been mentioned. So there is lack of proper qualification criteria given. Then, recruitment parameters have not been modernized. If you look at UPSC, the kind of paper that they have or the method of selecting has remained the same largely over so many decades. Some minor changes here and there have happened. For example, some changes may include ethics paper has come in, CSAT paper has come in, fine. Optional have changed. Earlier, optional also used to be in the prelims examination. Now, optional are only in the mains exam. You only have one optional, not two. But if you see here, the administration of the country has changed so much now. We are not governing the same way as we were governing 50 years back, 40 years back. But the paper, the pattern remains the same. Almost every other examination in India has changed. Almost every other exam. For example, most exams in India are done online now. There are very few exams in India that are on pen paper even today. Look at most examinations, RBI, banking, SSC. Most of the examinations that you would see are now coming in increasingly in an online manner rather than actually being offline. Also, when you are choosing officers for the topmost post in the country that will run the country in the coming decades, you have to ensure that they understand the new issues that are filled in today's governance. For example, today's governance requires a people having technical knowledge. There are a lot of issues, there are a lot of suggestions how the governments are changing over the years, but our recruitment process has not really changed. For example, see, when you become an IAS officer or any officer for that matter, in your job, more than the things that you are remembering today about history, geography, economics, more than that, what will be more helpful for you is how you withstand all that pressure. I'll give you a simple example. If you live in a small town, small city, you would know what I'm talking about. When you're in a small city or a small town, let's say there are religious rights in your city all of a sudden. Let's say two religious groups clash with each other for whatever reason. The first call goes to the DM that, please, sir, this has happened, please come in. It can be in the middle of the night, it can be anything. The DM should have the authority, the mental strength that I can go in the middle of what is happening and I can talk to both the sides and convince them that you have to abide by the law and you have to be seen as neutral enough. Doesn't matter what your religion is, doesn't matter what your gender is, doesn't matter what your caste is. As a DM, you should be seen as a truly unbiased person, and only then people will accept what you are saying. So, being a successful civil servant is not so much about this bookish knowledge. It's more about the strength of your mind, whether you are able to withstand these pressure situations, because you will be in the line of danger many times. You may not want to indulge in these things many times, but are you still able to keep your calm or not? But in the UPSC exam, you do not see anything like that happening. That mental strength of the person is being tested. Nothing like that happens. It's still the same paper, it's still the similar kind of subject, still a similar kind of a policy. That also is a big issue. That with times, a lot of things have changed, but we have not really seen change in UPSC trying to adopt new methods. Many other examinations have done this, but the UPSC still has not done this. That also remains a problem. Then, another problem, UPSC or state PCS, or both of them, follow a negative recruitment policy. What does it mean? What it means is, when they ask that we want certain civil servants, they don't say that what are we looking for in a civil servant. For example, there is no mention of qualities, that these are the things that we require from you, these are things that you should work on, rather than having a positive recruitment policy. I'll give you an example, okay? Positive recruitment policy means that we are looking for these qualities. So some qualities are mentioned, that these are the qualities that we want. Please have make sure that you do this, you have this, you have this, you have this. Let's say this is the physical quality we want, this is the amount of IQ that you should have. You should know these things, you should know swimming, you should know this language, that language, you should know at least two languages, etc. So basically that is called positive recruitment policy, where you clearly tell what are you expecting. Right now no one knows what is expectation. Right now you everyone knows the only expectations that the UPSC has from you is that you should be able to remember all this stuff in the syllabus and you should be able to mark the answers. Not eliminate, because elimination will not work. You should be able to mark answers in only one, only two, only three, only four. That is the only thing that they're expecting out of students. So they are following a negative recruitment policy in the sense they are not mentioning what specific qualities they are looking for. They are just opening it up that any graduate, any percentage of marks you can come in. We will decide if we like you, we don't like you on the basis of just marks. So understand UPSC, please. And again, I am not blaming them. I am no one to blame them. It is because of UPSC that I have my current livelihood. So I will not blame them, but understand it from a very generic point of view. You may be a brilliant guy or a brilliant girl altogether, right? You may have a lot of knowledge, your personality may be great, you can handle a lot of pressure, but UPSC can only judge that at the interview stage. Interview stage is the first face to face interaction they will have with you. Before the interview stage, you are just a paper to them. How have you marked your circles? What have you written? That is the only thing that you are to them before the interview stage. And a lot of very successful candidates, successful in life, may not be in UPSC, but a lot of very impressive people don't even reach the interview stage. I personally know many brilliant people who have prepared for UPSC, who are doing amazingly well. Now I'll give you an example. Someone who has cleared IIM Ahmedabad, who has gotten an amazing job in Italy, may not be a dumb person. You all accept that, right? But that person gave the UPSC exam a couple of times, was a student of mine, could not clear the exam, could not even reach the interview stage. Why? Because again, it is not something that suits everyone. So again, the problem here is the UPSC does not make a clear mention of what are the qualities they are looking for, what are the things that they would like to see in you. They just say, this is the paper, pass the paper, and then we will decide. So it's a very closed door process. There's no clarity on what kind of things that you're expected to prepare for. That is why there are certain recommendations of how the UPSC should improve or how the UPSC can change the examination process. For example, number one, shift from positive to negative to positive recruitment policy. As I said, what does it mean? Mention the qualities that you are looking for, so that people are well prepared, people are better prepared for this job, so that people can understand beforehand, okay, this is the quality I don't have, I will not apply for UPSC, let it go. Because right now, since UPSC says only graduate, any percentage doesn't matter, what happens is everyone is hopeful, okay, I will also apply for the exam, I will also apply for the exam, I will also do that, I will also do that. Right now there are no qualities as such that are mentioned, and that also remains a big problem. If you just allow me one moment of time, one moment just. Guys, will you just give me 1 minute and don't go anywhere, just be back. Okay. Yes, sorry for that. Yeah, sorry for that. We are back. Yeah. So again, recommendations. How can the UPSC improve the process of appointment? The first, as we discussed, have a better and a more positive recruitment policy. Have a very clear indication of what is it that the UPSC is looking for when it comes to recruitment, and what is it that the UPSC is not looking for. Second, have a psychosocial profiling of candidate. The same thing that I was saying. The job that you will enter, be IAS officer, be it any other officer, see, no one is telling you it is easy. Remember, we see all these movies where we see that politicians are putting pressure on the officers, and somehow every one of you would have this image, I will be different. No one can put pressure on me. When I will be there, I will tell the politician that is how I run the show. I know all of you have this in your mind, right? And it is good. It should all be optimistic, positive, that no, it will not happen to me. But it is true. The political class will try to put pressure on you no matter what. You will be in situations which you do not like. No one calls an IPS officer when everything is fine. Remember, you are an IPS officer, you are only called when something is bad. No one will call you, sir, it's my birthday. Sir, it's my anniversary. Sir, I got just got settled. No. You will only be called, sir, they are killing each other. Sir, there's a fire. Sir, there are riots. Sir, there are two bodies that we have found. That is how the calls you will get. You will not get good calls as such. I'm not trying to scare you off. What I'm trying to tell you is it's a job which would require you to be very tough mentally. But UPSC does not test the candidates for that. There are so many tests that are now available which you can do. on people to make them understand or at least test their mental skills. But now we don't have anything like that from the UPSC side. What they have done is they have created a paper called ethics. But you also know people writing something and implementing something is very different. You all know that better than me. You know that, right? So, as I said earlier, also, all of us have read it since our childhood. Honesty is the best policy. You can decide for yourself how honest you have been always. Have you never been dishonest? Have you always followed whatever you have read? Similarly, in the ethics paper, writing something is very easy. I will be ethical. I will do this. I will never take a bribe. But doing that on ground will be very different. So just including one ethics paper would not really make a lot of difference. And there has to be much better tests available. And these are available right now. There are so many private companies before hiring people at higher levels. They actually do all this thing, psychosocial profiling of the candidate, whether they are able to withstand pressure or not. But UPSC does not do anything like that, at least so far. The UPSC should also involve outside experts. Outside experts means, again, people who are psychologists, because right now, when you go and let's say have go to the UPSC board and you are in the interview, in the UPSC board, you will see there are either the people who are UPSC members themselves, or they are usually professors. So in the UPSC board, who are the people that you will have? Mostly in the UPSC board, you will see the interview board, that is. Mostly you will have professors who have been teaching for a long time. Mostly you will have, let's say, UPSC members. But you will not really have outside experts for your, let's say, testing your psychology, testing how mentally tough you are, testing your personality, how do you stand, how do you talk, etc. So more outside experts need to be included in this process. But the UPSC has not done that so far. The UPSC should replace one size fits all approach, as I discussed earlier. Not everyone may be suited to become an IAS officer despite being rank 1. Not everyone may be suited to become an IPS officer despite being in top 100. Give those services which are best suited for the person's job, for best suited for the person's capabilities, skills, etc. If someone is better suited at revenue service, there is no point giving that person a police service job. Only the rank should not decide. Again, you may not agree to this. You may think that no, this is not true, but that is a recommendation that has to be given. That one size fits all approach should be changed with an approach that may be more specific to jobs, specific to different services, because your background may matter in some of the services. Then, evolve its central principle R&D organization. R&D is research and development. That means UPSC should also conduct research and development. For example, they should research that in the last 10 years, what has been the performance of UPSC officers. Has for research, for example, let's take a simple example. They should conduct a research, let's say in the last 20 years, how many people from arts background became IAS officers and were they successful or not, as compared to, let's say, engineers who have become IAS officers, what has been their success record, or let's say someone from commerce background, they have become IAS, what has been their record. These are the kind of research that should be done time and time again after 10 years, after 20 years, so that they can evolve their recruitment process, because the recruitment process has to evolve like that, and every agency does it. No agency in India or outside India would have the same kind of a recruitment process for so many decades going on. And UPSC also should evolve into this kind of an organization. These are some of the suggestions and recommendations that have to be given. Now, the civil servants that you have, that you see working and that you are planning to become, they have a very important role in the society. Civil servants or civil services have changed considerably since the time of the British. When the British were here, when the British established civil services, they are very different as compared to what we had today. Let me ask you a question. Do you know at one point of time, civil servants working in India, or I should say East India Company, were one of the highest paid people in the entire world? Do you know that? If you do know that, can you tell me the person who introduced this reform? Who introduced this reform? That civil servants of East India Company should be the highest paid people, one of the highest paid in the world. Who introduced this reform? Any idea? Not Lytton, not Wellesley. Okay. Shiva is correct, number one. Let me see who else is correct. Sudha is correct. Arvind, Chaitanya, Akhilesh, Nisha, Pavan. Okay. Many people are correct. That is Cornwallis. Cornwallis had introduced this reform. Cornwallis had introduced this reform. When Cornwallis came to India, Cornwallis had a very interesting kind of an history. Uh, you may have read in history, but just in case you did not read it, it's an interesting fact about Cornwallis. Can you tell me how Cornwallis was different as compared to previous governor generals? Any idea how was it different from previous governor generals? Any idea? Okay. Don't Google. Don't go. I'll tell you. I'll tell you how it was different. So basically, what happened was, before Cornwallis, all the governor generals that were coming in belonged to common backgrounds. They used to work for East India Company, powerful people, so they became governor general, whatever. Cornwallis was different because he actually came from a very, very, very rich family, very rich family. So he had family ties with the royal family. So he was basically, his family was very close to the royal family, the king and the queen. So very rich person, very, very rich person. So the idea of choosing Cornwallis was at that point of time that because he himself is so rich, he himself has seen so much money since his childhood that he will not be corrupt. Because before him, there were so many corrupt people, things, etc. Everyone thought, oh, everyone who is becoming a governor general is becoming very corrupt. They are getting or they are trying to get as much money as possible. Let us instead appoint a person who is already rich, like Cornwallis, who is already rich, so that we don't really have a problem. So Cornwallis was appointed with that point of it. It became a successful experiment because Cornwallis introduced some reforms, corruption dropped down. Because it was a successful experiment, it started a tradition. The tradition was that after Cornwallis, only those people were appointed as governor generals or the viceroys who were close to the royal family, who were already rich. Not saying that the corruption had ended, but after Congress, this became a big trend that only rich people, only people who are belonging to some kind of royal family would be appointed. So that is how it changed. Anyways, let's come back to the idea of civil services in India. Now, if you look at civil services in India, IAS officers, IPS officers, etc., they are recruited, as we discussed, by the UPSC for the center government and by the state PSC for the state government. Their conditions of service, etc., can be changed by the parliament or by the state legislative. Condition of service, for example, condition of service means everything. It means salary, it means pension, it means other benefits. Other benefits can be a lot of things. How many holidays will you get? How much gratuity will you get? LTA, all of these things. Whatever condition of service that you have can be changed by the parliament at the center level and state legislative at the state level. Also, they follow the pleasure doctrine. Now, what do you mean by the pleasure doctrine? You would have read this in Indian polity. There is a phrase called pleasure of the president. There is a phrase called pleasure of the president. I'm sure all of you would have read this, right? But having said that, all of you have read it. I'm sure many of you would have forgotten this also. So let me quickly just repeat what do you mean by this in very short and simple terms. So basically, there are two ways in which government servants can be removed from their job, or two ways in which government authorities are removed from their job. One way, like the Supreme Court judge or someone else, where you have a complete process. Inquiry will happen, Parliament will vote, Supreme Court will inquire, all of these things. That is one way of removing someone. like UPSC chairperson, Supreme Court judge, High Court judge, CAG, etc. For all of that, you have a entire process to be followed. Then there is one other set of people who can be removed just by the president giving an order. Don't come from tomorrow, tata, bye bye. That group of people, that is under the pleasure of the president, that they hold the office till the pleasure of the president. So president will give the removal order. There is no proper process to be followed, that okay, we'll have an inquiry, we'll go to parliament, the parliament will decide, they will vote. Nothing like that will happen. You just would go ahead and decide, give an order that you are being removed. President removes the central civil servants and the governor removes the state civil servants. That is called the pleasure doctrine, pleasure of the president. So the complete sentence that you would use is, they hold the office till the pleasure of the president, or they hold the office till the pleasure of the governor. It simply means that there is no removal process as such, that in the parliament something is going to happen, in the Supreme Court will conduct an inquiry, nothing like that is going to happen. Those who don't know what is LTA, LTA is leave travel allowance. You get some reimbursement for going on a leave when you are traveling. Some government services allow that. That is a LTA, leave travel allowance. Don't worry, UPSC is not going to ask you. Then their dismissal, removal, reduction in rank can be done, and reasonable opportunity should be provided. Now, what does it mean? Let's try and understand. Civil service servants can be dismissed and removed. What is the difference between the two? I told you earlier as well. Dismissal means not eligible to rejoin, not eligible to come back and join again. Removal means can rejoin. You can come back in the same job again. Go through the entire process once again, but you can come back. Dismissal means you cannot. Even the reduction in rank can be done. If you have done something really wrong, even that can happen. But reasonable opportunity will be provided. Opportunity for what? Opportunity to be heard or to explain yourself. That no, I did that, I'm sorry for that, I did not mean to, all of these kind of things. You can have an opportunity to explain yourself. Tell me, in Indian polity, have you read about CAT? Not C for cat. Have you read about CAT, Central Administrative Tribunal, in polity? You would have read about tribunals, right? Central Administrative Tribunal. Yeah, perfect. So basically, these things happen at the CAT. CAT, the Central Administrative Tribunal. They will be the one hearing all these matters and then giving an advice. Then the president will give the order finally. That is the Central Administrative Tribunal or the State Administrative Tribunal, which are formed under Article 323A. Now, if you look at the civil services in India, there is something called All India Service. Yes, Kivika, that one also. There's something called All India Service, and then there's something called Central Services. How many All India Services do we have in India? How many All India Services do we have in India? Yes, Misbah. Shahid, dismissal means you cannot join again. Yes, perfect. So most of you are right. We have 3 All India Services in India. Others are central services. 3 All India Services are IAS, IPS, and Indian Forest Service. These are the 3 All India services that we have in India. The others are called central service. So other services that you may get: revenue service, postal service, railway service, audit account service, all those services that we have, those come under central service. Now, what is the difference between the two? The difference is simple. When you are in All India Service, that means you are under dual control of center and the state. Under dual control of center and the state. You all would have heard that this cadre has been given, this cadre will be given, etc. The cadre thing, that I have this state cadre, that state cadre. Cadre is only for All India Service officers. Only if you are in these 3 services. You are an IAS officer, IPS officer, or Indian Forest Service officer. Only in these three cases do you get a cadre. Cadre means you get a specific state that you will work for. So let's assume you are an IAS officer. An IAS officer is answerable to two, center and the state. Let's say you are an IAS officer in Jharkhand. So you are answerable to the Jharkhand government as well and to the government of India as well. Similarly, for any state, basically, if you are an IPS officer, IAS officer, or Forest Services officer, whichever state cadre has been allocated to you, you are responsible to that state government and you are responsible to the central government as well. This is called All India Service. On the other hand, others are central service. Central service means responsible only to the government. Responsible only to the government of India. Like if you are a revenue service officer, you're a railway service officer, postal service, these kind of things, you only respond to central government. You are not under any state government. Now, how do we make, or if we want, apart from these three that already exist, what if we want to have one more All India service? How do we create one more All India service? That also is a good question. Let's come to how is one more All India service created. Now, all of you would have read that Rajya Sabha has this special power. You have read this in Indian polity. This comes Article 312. So Rajya Sabha, as you know, can start a resolution. They have to pass it by a special majority of two-thirds members present and voting. This is the process of initiating a new All India service. After these three, no new All India service has been created. However, there is a big demand for having a new All India service. For example, there is a demand to have Indian Judicial Service, but that has not been done so far. There's also a demand for having Indian Education Service, but that also has not been accepted so far. Let me give you an example of this. Let's take a simple example of this Indian Judicial Service. Why is there a demand for this? Why will it happen or why will it not happen? Let me explain this to you. Now, basically, the idea is if you look at Indian judiciary, High Court and the Supreme Court, they are appointed by the President of India. So, central government usually can be seen as a jurisdiction. But if you look at the lower courts, courts that come after the High Court, below them, this is where the problem starts. They have a lot of vacancies, they have a lot of vacant seats. We don't have enough judges at the district court level. There is also a lot of corruption at the district court level. Many seats are vacant. So, if we have an Indian judicial service, what will happen is all the judges will be recruited at the same all India level by the UPSC, for example. Like the IAS officers are recruited by UPSC. So, similarly, for example, UPSC will recruit all the judicial officers and then they will send them to different states. What will be the advantage of this? This will have two big advantages. First big advantage, as I said, will be that number one, the number of vacancies can be reduced. The number of vacancies that exist right now, many states are not conducting examination properly, some states are. So that vacancy variation will reduce because the UPSC can take charge. Second example or second big benefit out of this will be right now, every state has its own exam of judicial services. The problem with that is when every state has its own exam, the level of people is different. In some state, the exam may be very tough. In some state, the exam may be very easy, right? Now, let's say in Assam, the exam was very tough. Let's say in Rajasthan, the exam was very easy. The level of judges may not be the same, right? You might become a district judge in Rajasthan by lesser hard work. In Assam, you might require much more knowledge, much more hard work. When these people go ahead to the High Court and then they might go to Supreme Court also. So you have difference in level. That is something that you cannot afford to have. So again, the idea here is in India, if we have all India judicial service, what will happen is that we'll have a same level of judges coming in, same level without any vacancy. It is the idea, but again, that has not been done so far. It has not been done so far. That is the entire idea of having an all India judicial service. Similarly, education service or vacancy of teachers, etc. Anyways, let's come back. Let's again talk about the all India service. There are arguments given in favor and arguments given against all India service as well. Before I go ahead, I'll tell you an incident of an IAS officer who I know personally. I have met personally a couple of times. Uh, this is a case of an IAS officer, I think 10, 11 years ago. I don't remember the exact year, about 10, 11 years ago. There was this IAS officer called Durga Shakti Nagpal. Durga Shakti Nagpal. So, Durga Shakti Nagpal, she became an IAS officer. Her first posting was SDM, Gautam Budh Nagar, that is Noida. Noida's official name is Gautam Budh Nagar, under UP government. So she got UP cadre, she was the SDM. Now, what happened was, and this is all real, so what happened was, in many parts of the country today in India, we have a problem which is called illegal sand mining. We have a problem called illegal sand mining. Illegal sand mining, basically, what does it mean? So sand is used in very large quantity in construction. It's people don't want to buy it to save costs. So what people do illegally, they just go start picking up any sand that they want, fill it up in the trucks and bring it. So it's obviously illegal, not supposed to happen, but it does happen in large numbers. Now, what happened was Durga Shakti Nagpal, as the SDM of Gautam Budh Nagar, she got to know about this sand mining operation happening illegally. So, what happened was that she tried to stop it, and she took a lot of action also against those people who were doing it. Now, at that point of time, if I remember correctly, Akhilesh Yadav was the chief minister of UP. So, what happened was when she was stopping it, these sand mafias, they are very powerful people. None, all these illegal activities of any kind that happen across the country, they don't happen without connections. All of these happens because people have connections, because they know they will not be stopped, because they know that nothing will happen to them. So what happened was that she was taking this action and a case was filed against her. Now, I am no one to say it was a false case or a true case, but everyone said it was a false case. The case that was filed against her was that apparently she had asked for a bulldozer to remove some illegal buildings, and apparently uh, she even broke a wall, I think belonging to a mosque, if I remember, or temple, one of them, I think mosque. I think there was an allegation put against her that she has destroyed a mosque or a temple. I may be wrong, I'm sorry about that, one of these two. So an allegation was put on her that her action has led to communal issues erupting in Gautam Budh Nagar. So what happened, the state government of UP, they suspended her. They said that no, we are suspending you. They wanted to remove her from the job. They wanted to dismiss her. So this debate started that can an IAS officer be dismissed by the state government? The answer is no. The IAS officers cannot be dismissed by the state government because, as I told you, remember, I told you the rule in government of India. The rule is your appointing authority, if it is here, your dismissing authority can be higher than this but not lower than this. So if you're an IAS officer, who appointed you? You're appointed by the president of India. You're an IAS officer, you're appointed by the president, right? So IAS officer cannot be removed by the governor because governor is a lower rank. Just by simple logic, governor is a lower rank than president, so governor cannot remove you because the president of India appointed you. So your removal of IAS officer cannot be done by the state government. What can the state government do then? The state government, however, can do or can suspend you. This is their power. They can even transfer you. So what happened? UP government suspended her against this allegation that she's uh, le- basically going ahead and not being able to maintain harmony in the district. This became a very big debate between center and the state. The center government took the side of the officer. The center government said that no, this cannot happen. We'll not allow that to happen. How can you just pressurize an IAS officer? State government said that no, IAS officers are for us, IAS officers are under our control. In fact, the situation became so bad that the UP government announced that we don't want any IAS officers. They said to the central government, you take back all the IAS officers, we can run the state with our state public service officers as well. The UP government said that no, our state officers are enough. You take back your IAS officer. We don't want them because you state government can't control them as much as they can. For state officers, the government of state can control them a lot, but for IAS officers, not. They cannot do that. So what happened was there was a compromise formula, compromise in politics as such. So Durga Shakti Nagpal, she was transferred to the central government. Since then, she's working at the central government level. I personally have met her as a coincident a couple of times. Obviously, never discussed these things. So again, it's an example of how the All India Service as a issue is a big problem between center and the states, because the state governments by logic want only those officers that they can control completely. Look at what is happening in Delhi for such a long time. What does the Delhi government want? The Delhi government at the end of the day wants to control the officers, right? Let's not go into whether it is right or wrong. The issue is central government does not want to give over the control of officers to Delhi government, and Delhi government wants to control the officers. As simple as that. The problem here is about the concept of all India service. The central government wants all India service, but state governments, especially those which are ruled by the opposition parties, do not want all India service officers. They do not like them. The single biggest reason is that they cannot control them, they cannot remove them when they want, they cannot, in unofficial terms, they cannot threaten them, but officially they cannot remove them from the job. So there are points of view both in favor and against the All India Service. Let's see how. I'll write here only. Arguments against and arguments in favor of All India Service. Let's start with arguments in favor of All India Service. First, it is an integrating force for India. It is an integrating force for the country. In India, we are so proud of the fact we are a diverse country, unity in diversity. There is no better example than All India Service. You may belong to Tamil Nadu, you may be working your entire life in Karnataka. You may belong to Madhya Pradesh, your entire life you may be working in Punjab. You may belong to, let's say, Rajasthan, your entire life you may be working in West Bengal. So it creates an integrating factor that you are not just confined to your area. So what happens is, as a result of this, your preference is not that my home state should become the best. Your preference is that where you are working, that should also become the best. My home state should also become the best. So it's an integrating factor. It reduces the chances of regionalism, because when you are stuck to one region, that this is where I was born, this is where my family is, I will just want the best for them. No, you are sent other places so that you can integrate with them. It reduces the issue of regionalism in the country. Second, very important, it maintains it maintains same level of officers, meaning that all of you who would get selected by the UPSC, you know that you have cleared this exam and that is why you are here. You know that everyone has cleared the same kind of an exam that you have cleared. So you have respect, and you know that the person is at your level only. When you have different states exam, the problem is you never know which state exam is of what level. Some state exam may be much easier, some state exam may be much tougher. So there is not really one single standard of the exam when it comes to state examinations. At least when you have one single examination, You know that everyone will be at the same kind of a level, and you understand, you respect them, that yes, they will be doing a good job. Third, all India service, because a training happens together, it actually helps the country in teamwork. I'll give you a real example. So a few years back, there were very bad floods in Kerala. Very, very bad floods in Kerala. So if you, again, I'm very bad at drawing, but if you look at, let's say the southern tip of India. Okay. Let's assume this is Kerala, and let's assume this is Tamil Nadu. Okay. So let's say this area is Tamil Nadu. This area, let's say, is Kerala. Okay. Now there were very, very bad floods in Kerala. Now this is all true. Let's assume that this is a place in Kerala where there are bad floods. Okay. This place in Kerala has bad floods. Now, when you have floods, what do? You want to rescue people with the help of boats. So DMs in this city, the collector, the DM, they were requesting the state government to send boats. The state government did not have enough boats, or they were occupying somewhere else. So what did they do? Over here, over in Tamil Nadu, somewhere over here, they contacted these DMs or district collectors or magistrate, because they were friends from the academy. They were of the same batch. So they called them up that, see, do you have some boats? I require them immediately. Can you please send them to me? Because they were friends, they said, okay, I'll send them to you. So what they did was they took help from here, and they basically, this, obviously, the boats were sent here across the border, and this is how people were saved. This was possible because they have had time together, they knew each other personally. And this is an example of how, when you have a basically teamwork spirit, because you have all trained together, you work for the betterment of the country. You make sure that you are not just bound by the rules, you are trying to help each other as much as possible. All this comes in when you have all India services at the same level, similar level, rather than actually having state services which are different from each other. One other point, for you, it is always country first, state second. Always country first, state second. Do you know this is also one of the big reasons why government of India will does not really want anyone to go in the home cadre? You also know it is very difficult for anyone to, any IAS officer, for example, to get home cadre. If you belong to Jharkhand, there is a good probability you will not get Jharkhand cadre. You will get some other cadre. You belong to West Bengal, you will not get West Bengal cadre. So it's a very, very, very rare chance that you work in your own states. You're usually given some other cadre. And again, this is done to make sure that your feeling is not that this particular state is mine and this should progress. No, your outlook should always be India first rather than a state first. All these things have been given or are seen as working in favor of all India service. These are the things that lead to all India services becoming very, very, very strong. On the other hand, there are some issues against the all India service as well. Why? First, states lack control. See what is happening with the Delhi government right now. Again, let's not go into merits of their demand, right or wrong. They are demanding that the officers should come under their jurisdiction. They should have the power to take action, remove, or whatever. States say that we don't have enough control. So that is why these officers take more orders from the center than from the state. They say that the state governments don't really have a lot of powers over them. These officers are trying to become much closer to the central government because they know that this is where power lies. Rather than listening to us, they actually listen to them. Second big problem, lack of knowledge on local issues. Lack of knowledge on local issues. Let's take a very simple example. Let's say you belong to any state of your, let's say you belong to Gujarat. but the cadre that you have been given is Punjab. Now, obviously, when you are being sent to Punjab, before that, you will get a state specific training. You will be told about all these things in Punjab, the issues in Punjab, issues in your area, some terms in the local language also that you can understand. It's not that you are just sent randomly without training. That doesn't happen. But even then, just imagine if you have lived all your life in Gujarat and then you come to work in Punjab, which state issues will you understand better? Would you understand issues of Gujarat better or would you understand the issues of Punjab better? Obviously, you will understand your own state issues better where you have lived all your life. You understand the grassroots issues there. You know exactly how people think, exactly what are the problems. You have faced them yourself. But now, if you are being told all of a sudden to go to a new state, doesn't matter how much training you are given, doesn't matter how much you talk to. The problem here is that in this case, you will never be able to understand the issues of the other state as good as you understand the issue of your own state. So, local issue or local language, local knowledge may be an issue. Similarly, local language becomes a big concern. See, for people who are, I would say, upper middle class and upper middle class people and upper class people, for them, English becomes a common medium of language. Like you and me, we are able to talk, we are able to discuss issues because of a common language that we have, that is English. Now, understand this: if you are a collector, a DM, 90% of your interactions will not be with upper middle class or rich people. 90% of your interactions would be with people, let's say, in the village who require some help, in small towns who require some help. They might not then speak to you in English. They might most probably speak in the local language only. Now, you may be given some training about the local language, but again, the same issue. If you are from Gujarat, how long will it take for you to be proficient in Punjabi? It will take some time, right? And then the local language becomes a big problem because it's a unique problem to India. It's not a problem in many other countries. No other country can claim that they have so many languages, so diverse. Even in one single language, you have so many different ways of speaking it. So in India, the local language issue becomes a big problem because you're dealing with the people from the very grassroots level, and at the very grassroots level they speak the local language. If you can't understand or converse in the same language, that creates a big divide between the two. That also remains a big problem. All these are arguments that are given by the states against the all India services. However, despite whatever criticism the state governments do, all India services are not going anywhere because all India services have been a big reason for India's success as a stable country. A lot of times we criticize our country for good reasons and bad reasons, whatever, but we criticize our country so much that we forget what is good about our country. And there are a lot of great things about our country which we have actually ignored. We'll discuss about that in just a bit. Just a very simple revision once again about the Joint Public Service Commission, which I told you earlier. I told you that while UPSC and state PSC are constitutional bodies, the Joint Public Service Commission is a statutory body. Statutory why? Because it is formed by the Parliament of India if two or more states request. As I said earlier, it is usually the case when a new state is formed because a new state doesn't have a commission immediately. So for some time they may have it, but it's not compulsory. Like when Telangana came into being, they did not ask for a joint commission. They made their own commission. So it's not always, but it might happen in some cases. I told you earlier as well, their working condition, etc., is the same as other state PSC, and their appointment and removal, both of them are done by the president. Basically, removal of all the three: UPSC, state PSC, and JPSC. Removal of all the three is done by president. Same way, same method. The appointment, UPSC and JPSC by the president, and for state PSC, appointment is done by the governor. We have discussed it. It's written in the earlier slides also. When you revise it or when you read it again, you will be able to remember that as well. Now coming to What do the bureaucracy do, or what does the bureaucracy do? As I was saying just a couple of minutes back, we don't give a lot of credit as a country to where we are. I'll give you a simple example. Let's do this experiment. Let's go clockwise from India. Start from the north, go clockwise in our neighboring countries, and see if any country has been as stable as us. A democratic country, any country as stable as us. Let's go clockwise. Let's say Bhutan. Let's just name the countries first: Nepal, China, Myanmar, come Bangladesh, come toward the south, Sri Lanka. If you want to go Maldives, also fine, you can take that as well, not a problem. Then go up Pakistan and then Afghanistan. Okay, mainly the countries that are our bordering countries. Now look at them. Bhutan, let's not consider because it's a too small a country. It has its own issues. Let's just forget that for a bit. It's a kingdom. Remove that. Let's look at one by one. Nepal has still not had a prime minister that has completed its complete term. They keep on changing their constitution time and time again. There's political violence that happens. There was the entire wipeout of the monarchy. People were killed in the royal family, all of them. Very bad history. China, obviously, not even a democracy, can't be compared. Myanmar has a history of military rule. It's a history of military rule. It has again been under military rule for over 2.5 years now. Bangladesh, in 1975, Bangladesh entire family of the prime minister was killed by its own military. We had a military rule for a long time in Bangladesh before democracy came back to power. So again, the military rule thing, they have had a long history. Sri Lanka, history of civil war. Look at what is happening in Sri Lanka right now. The civil war history. Maldives has been taken over by terrorists, or try to take over by terrorists. They had a dictator rule of Gayoom for a long, long time. For over 3 decades, there was a dictatorship. The situation has become better, but there was dictatorship for a long, long time. Pakistan, no words. Afghanistan, no word. All of you know. Now, if you look at this entire neighborhood, the one country that is a shining example of democracy is actually India. And we have to give them credit for that, right? They have to give us credit for that. That in the entire neighboring country, in the entire neighborhood, and this is true with most democratic countries around the world. Most democratic countries around the world have had these kind of problems, either military coup or civil war or something like that has happened. In India, we have not had that kind of a situation where the country breaks down. You can say we had emergency, but even with emergency, we had a government properly working. It was not a civil war as such that happened within the country. We have never had a situation, for example, where a party in power loses the election and says, I will not go anywhere. I will still be the prime minister. It has never happened. Never ever. The parties losing might criticize the Election Commission of India once or twice, that I voted for this and the vote went for this, etc. But after some time, what happened? They're all quiet. Look at Donald Trump in America. When he lost the election, he just could not believe it. He asked his supporters to come and attack their own parliament. They attacked their own parliament. They went inside the parliament and did all sorts of bad things. In India, you have never happened. You have never seen these kind of things happening. And again, a big credit for that has to go to bureaucracy. Bureaucracy is an invisible framework within the government that allows the government to continue working without any hiccup in between. Let's take a simple example. Have you ever realized this? Let's say someone becomes the prime minister for the first time. Okay. Let's say someone becomes the prime minister for the first time. Do you think the person will say, give me 10 days, let me figure out how to work? For 10 days, don't tell me anything. Okay. For 10 days, I'll first figure out how does my office work, what are the powers that I have, what button should I have to press to call which officer. No. From the very first minute they start working. So there has to be someone who tells them that, sir, this is what you can do. Press this button, the person will come. If you want to call the US president, this is how you call them. You tell us, we will do this and that. If you want to have a meeting, this is what we'll do. If you want some full form and short forms of government schemes, call us, we will do that. So there has to be someone who tells them, right? There has to be someone who tells them. So who are these people who are telling them? Do you think most of our ministers, do you think that they would be knowledgeable enough to know how the bills are formed, how the bills are happening, or how the bill has to be introduced? Do they know what are the three stages? They have not read M Lakshmi Kant as you have. So what do they do? How are they working? How is it that they are not saying that we don't know? Because of the bureaucracy. That is why you have to read it so that the ministers don't. That is why you have to read it. That is where the bureaucracy comes into the picture. So, yes, we criticize the bureaucracy a lot, and most of that criticism is true, not a problem with that. But again, the issue is we have to give credit to them where the credit is due. Credit is due to what the bureaucracy does in running the entire country. Now, what is the function of the secretariat? What is the secretariat? In simple terms, office of the ministry. Let's say home ministry has their own office secretariat where all the secretaries, all the IS officers will be reporting. That is a secretariat, that is the office basically. What do the secretariat do, or what exactly do the bureaucrats do? First, help in policy making. When the ministers go and announce to the farmers, Mitro, your income will be doubled. So obviously, who is giving them the suggestion? Someone has to give them suggestion, right? That, sir, let's do this, let's do that. Or someone has to give them suggestion that let's have vaccine free of cost for this age group. Let's have free of cost for that age group. See, in a democracy, the final decision will always be of the political class. The final decision, the final authority will always be of the politician. You might like it, you might not like it, but that is what democracy is. But you can and you will give policy inputs to them. They decide what is good, what is bad, because that is how democracy works. You don't decide it, but you have to give inputs in policy making. Assist in legislation, as I said, passing of the bill, etc. Telling them, sir, this is a starred question. So, sir, this is a starred question. So, sir, you have to give an oral answer. And, sir, this is an unstarred question. You have to give a written answer. Sir, this is a short notice question. That is why you need to read. Because you can't tell when your minister asks that, oh, I skipped the class that day. It was a morning batch. I was so sleepy, I don't even remember what he said. So I just skipped. I thought it's not important. But it is important because when the minister will ask you, you can't carry your M. Lakshmikant book around everywhere, right? So you have to help them with the legislation, all the bills, how is it passed, the language of the bill, etc. Then implementing the policies, implementing them on the ground, making sure the government decisions are implemented. Budgeting. This is also an important part. So, for example, let's assume that uh, the government of India has to make a budget. How is the budget made? The finance minister basically asks every single ministry to submit their budget to them. The finance minister will call all the ministries that how much do you need for next year, how much do you need, how much do you need, whatever demand you have, you submit it to the finance ministry, they will compile and make the budget. So how to spend that budget coming into your ministry, how to account for that, all of that comes under budgeting. That is also function of the secretariat. They make the ministries more efficient by advising the ministers again how to take certain decisions, how not to take certain decisions, and assist the members in parliamentary responsibilities. Parliamentary responsibilities again can be a lot of things. If, for example, let's say the minister or a member of parliament wants to take part in a debate, wants to make a speech, wants to, let's say, participate in the motion of thanks, replying to the President of India's speech, all of that is done with the help of the secretariat. So, secretariat, which is the office of the ministry where all the secretaries report, this is the job of the bureaucrats. The bureaucrats do all these things. Again, I will repeat that it is the political class that will always, always, always take the final decision. Many people, and I will Repeat this once again. Let me ask you this. How many of you feel bad that we are the ones who are educated, but then the ministers get all the power to take decisions? How many of you feel bad about that? That we are the ones who are educated, we are the ones who are learning so much, and then the politicians take all the decisions. What is this? I don't like it. And then you have this feeling they are not even educated enough. They can't even do this and that. And who? Why should they tell us? Okay, most people feel bad about this. Most people feel bad about this. Okay. Okay, I'll just tell you a couple of things. I'll tell you a couple of things. Just understand this. Understand a couple of things, and then you can decide whatever you want. There are slight misconceptions that we have, and it's a general misconception amongst most of the people. So I'll just tell you a couple of things that you have to understand. First, democracy. In the entire definition of democracy, please understand something. Understand something. In the entire definition of democracy, there is no mention of the word education. You go, you find hundreds of definitions of democracy, doesn't matter. Abraham Lincoln definition that everyone wants, any definition that you want, there is no mention of the word education. So, first of all, let us not equate education with how democracy should work. That is not true. So, let's first remove that part, okay? Educated, not educated, let's remove that part for a bit. Second thing, a lot of us have a misconception that most politicians are uneducated. Some of them are, but many politicians are very highly educated. So can't we can't just doubt them that no, they are not educated. I am educated. No, a lot of ministers, if you see, highly educated, and it is increasingly getting better and better. You might not think of them as very well educated when they speak, but when you see they properly have degrees, many of them. Third point that we don't really understand. See, at the end of the day, the issue is in a democracy. In a democracy, if you really think that ministers have the power, who is stopping you from fighting elections? That is my only question. Who is stopping you from fighting elections? Go and fight elections, as simple as that. It has been so open to anyone in our democracy. If you really think that they have the powers, so why don't you fight elections? Because you also know getting even 10 people to vote for you is the most difficult thing in the world. No education can give you that skill. No matter how educated you are, no matter how educated you are not. But convincing anyone to vote for you is extremely difficult. Extremely difficult. That's a skill that has to be valued. That's a skill that, in many ways, is over education that we don't really understand. One last thing, accountability. See, the idea is simple. Any bad policy which people do not like will not make you lose your job. Your job is almost as good as permanent. A bad policy which people don't like means the ministers will lose the job. So, who is accountable? Who has to pay for the mistake? You don't have to pay for the mistake. If the people don't like it, ministers will be removed and not you from the job. So it's a question of who is accountable to the people, who is not accountable to the people. That is how democracy works. So again, in the next break, in this break, think about this. Maybe you change your point of view, maybe you stop feeling bad. Let's come back after 15 minutes at 8:10 to continue. This is your last break of governance. Thank you so much. Hi everyone. Hello, hello, hello. Perfect. So I hope all of you are back. Okay. Let's resume them. So the current system of bureaucracy, we talked a lot about the strength of Indian bureaucracy. We talked a lot about how we have not been given them as much credit as they deserve. We took example of all our neighboring countries one by one, and many other developing countries and developed countries also have had these issues, but somehow our bureaucracy and the political class have not faced these issues. The current system that we have has a lot of strengths as well. First, it's a time tested system. Our bureaucratic system that we have today is not just since 1947. Our bureaucratic system that we have changed after 1947, but you all know this system that we have is in existence since the time of the British. For example, even today, we call the person collector. Just imagine, collector was a post British started. Why? Because a person was supposed to collect revenue. As much revenue as you collect, the bigger collector you are. Now the collector is not expected to just increase revenue collection. No. But we still call the person with the same post, that is the collector. So this indicates how our system is an old system going on since the time of the British. So the legacy continues even today. It is a stable system. As I said, we have not seen bureaucracy going up and saying we can't work now. Or we have not seen even the government political class saying we can't work now. There has not been any problem in the transfer of power. Again, something that we take for granted. In many countries around the world, transfer of power is not that easy. Transfer of power is not that easy in most countries around the world. Even when a political party which is in power loses the election, they don't want to go and resign. For example, if you look at Bangladesh war or India-Pakistan war that led to creation of Bangladesh, the beginning of the Pakistan-India war on Bangladesh was this only. Sheikh Mujibur Rahman won the election. He was supposed to be the prime minister, but they were never allowed him to become the prime minister. That no, how can someone from East Pakistan become a prime minister? We'll not allow that. Transfer of power is a big problem in many countries around the world. Thankfully, it has not happened in India, and the bureaucracy also has to be given a lot of credit for that. Bureaucracy has also been or has also remained politically neutral. After retirement, they may join whichever political party they want. Some of them do. But by far, you have not seen the bureaucracy during their service itself taking a side. You have not seen bureaucracy interfering with the elections that we want this party to win or this party to lose. So they have been politically neutral and they have a national unifying outlook. That is the advantage of all India service. Because we have an all India service, you are not just looking out for the advantage of your home state. You want what is the best for you for other state because your cadre may be something else as well. The current system of bureaucracy that we follow in India has all these advantages, but not everything is perfect. There are always some issues on some other side of the story. What are the issues in the current system of bureaucracy? Let's come to that. These are the weaknesses that we still see in India's bureaucracy. Manoj, political neutrality means they don't take side of one party or the other. They don't say that this party should win the election, that party should win the election. The current system has a lot of weaknesses. First, undue emphasis on routine work. Even today in bureaucracy, rules are the most important thing. They still emphasize everything has to be on paper, everyone has to follow all the rules exactly the same. You can't experiment with the rules. If a rule has been formed that this is how something has to be done, it will be done in that way only. Rather than changing them with the need of the time, we have not evolved that much. What we have done is we have focused a lot on the routine work. that this is how we file complaint, this is how we file for permission, the same should continue. There's proliferation of ministries and departments. I told this to you earlier as well. This is a big loophole. The loophole is, while there is a limit on number of ministers, how many ministers there can be, there is a limit. That is 15% of total Lok Sabha strength. But number of ministries or departments, there is no limit on that. We have discussed this earlier as well. There is no limited number of ministries and departments. The problem with this is, the more departments that you have, the more are the files that are required. Now, tell me this, why would IAS officers want to have more ministries or departments? What do you think? Would the IAS officers want more ministry or department, or would they want lesser number of ministries or departments? What do you think? More or less? And what is your argument? Why more and why less? Those who are saying more, why more? And those who are saying less, why less? Yes. So, see, the simple argument is, IAS would want as many departments as possible. Why? See, every ministry, if you look at the structure of a ministry, for example, if this is a ministry, at every ministry, at the top level, the IAS post is secretary. That is the topmost post. Every ministry has one secretary only. There will be deputy secretaries at the lower level. There will be joint secretaries somewhere here. There would be additional secretary. There would be something like this. But secretary is only one at the very top. Now, the more the number of ministries, the more IAS officers get a chance to become a secretary. Let's assume if there are only 5 ministries in the government of India, that means only 5 IAS officers will get to become the secretary. One home secretary, one finance secretary, one defense secretary. What about the other IAS officers? They also want power. They also want to reach the highest post. So the more the departments, the more the ministries, the better it is for them, because they get more chances to actually come and take that powerful position. That has led to proliferation. Proliferation means increase in the population. That has led to proliferation of ministries and the departments. It has also very extended hierarchy to many levels. So in any ministry, as I said, you have too many levels. There's under secretary, there is a joint secretary, there is an additional secretary, the deputy secretary, the secretary, so on and so forth. There are too many levels. And if you are, let's say, an IAS officer just joined at a lower level, your voice will not really be heard quite a lot. I'll give you an example. Do you know, when the center government wants to transfer some IAS officers from certain states to the center government, most officers don't want to go. Do you know this? And I'll tell you, we'll discuss this issue later in detail. But do you know, when government of India wants to transfer some IAS officer from the state level, they don't want to go to center. You might think that center government has more powers, but no, they don't want to go. Do you know why? Because when you go and work for the central government, there are thousands of IAS officers. So there will be so many people above you that your voice may not be heard. If you're in the state, you are in very few IAS officers, so your voice may be heard better. You are more visible, you have more power. But when you actually go to the center government, when you take the position at the center government level, your voice may not be heard. Why? Because there's so many people now who are at that level, so many people higher than your level. There's a very huge hierarchy, too many levels where file goes from one level to the other level, etc. Then other problems, risk avoidance. This is a problem or a feature of India for a long time. What I'll tell you, what is risk avoidance. Risk avoidance usually means the bureaucracy or even the political class in India, usually they do not want to try anything new. Whatever has been happening for a long time, we are fine with that. I'll give you an example. So basically what happens is, you will see that if any new invention has been done in the field of science or medicine, you will see usually India will not be the first country to accept this. We wait for the entire world, let them first implement this, let's see what is the result, and then we will see whether we want to accept it or not. I can give you so many examples. COVID-19 vaccine. Let's assume COVID-19 vaccine India got later on. I'm not talking about that. COVID-19 vaccine should be given to children or not. There was a big debate that COVID-19 vaccine should be given to children or should not be given to children. We waited for the other countries to decide first. When the other country decided that yes, only after that we thought, okay, let us now give the vaccine to children. Look at how biotechnology is involved. Look at genetically modified crops. We still are stuck only at cotton. We are not introducing any edible crops as such. There has been such a big debate. Brinjal, mustard. There has been so much debate over it that brinjal, mustard should now be available. Even look at, do you know, if you look at Bangladesh just next door, Bangladesh is using so many GM crops and they have increased their cultivation of a lot of agricultural products using GM crop. But India has not done that. Why? Again, the problem is we usually avoid risk. Now, you can say it is a good thing or a bad thing, but we usually wait for the other countries to use new technology, new reforms. We wait for the results to come in. Only when we are satisfied the results are 100% safe, only then we go ahead. We don't take those much chances. Look at driverless cars. Look at, for example, cryptocurrency, etc. Many countries have made laws about cryptocurrency. We are still yet to make a proper law on cryptocurrency. The only law that we have in cryptocurrency is it will be taxed. But how to regulate, how not to regulate, we have still not made all those kind of laws. So again, it's due to our bureaucracy that usually they avoid risk, because again, we don't want to be called that, oh, you did not give enough time, because everyone in India is very ready to blame you. So you don't want to take that chance. Then there's fragmentation of functions. Remember the example that I gave you at the time of Indira Gandhi? At the time of Indira Gandhi, there was this paper. I remember the example I gave you that if, let's say, there was a function to be done at the government, everything is divided. Just writing a letter and posting it online or posting it to the post office, that may require 6 or 7 departments. One department to buy the paper, other department to buy the pen, third department to write the letter, fourth department to buy envelope, fifth department to put it into envelope, sixth department to post the envelope, all these things. So a lot of functions are fragmented. The problem with fragmented function, the problem with having just small little functions here and there is, even if one of the people in this entire chain is absent, even if one of them is absent in between, then you will not be able to complete the entire function. That becomes a big problem. These are the issues that still remain when it comes to the existing system of bureaucracy in India. So there are positives, but at the same time, there are also negatives that remain in our bureaucratic system. Now comes the role of the civil services. Before that, let me quickly take up a few questions for 2-3 minutes, and I'll quickly go ahead. Pulkit Singh, third point, extended hierarchy. As I said, there are too many levels. Secretary is the top level, additional secretary, joint secretary, deputy secretary, under secretary. So people at the lower level, they don't have a way to reach the higher level, or their voice, their advice may not reach the higher level. Snehata is saying the role of CAT. Snehata, Lata, you should have read or would have read CAT in polity, Central Administrative Tribunal. It hears complaints against civil servants. Let's say you're a civil servant, there's a complaint against you, you took a bribe, etc. So your case will not go to judiciary, your case will go to tribunal, Central Administrative Tribunal. It has members who are IAS officers also, and it has some judges also. Arzib, I gave you many examples of risk avoidance. Risk avoidance means not taking decisions which are the first in the world, waiting for the other countries to implement some policies and then implement the decision. Niranjan, for a civil servant to contest election, no, they cannot. They have to resign and then they can contest elections. Shiva is saying, can PCS officer directly be appointed by president in some cases for some states? No, Shiva. PCS officers are appointed by the governor. Why would the president appoint a PCS officer in a state? Yes, Deepika, governor can't remove state public service commission members. Mithunjan Singh, all India Judicial Service was created by 42nd Amendment 1976, but till now not notified. Do we need permission from Rajya Sabha for that? Yes, we do. Those who came late, I will not be repeating. Guys, see, understand the reason why you are being given PPT or the recordings of the classes, that if you came late, you can watch whenever you want, because repeating doesn't really make sense for others, right? It's unfair to others. Yes, we can mention these points in the mains exam. Rahul, I told you the entire function of secretariat. Those are function of secretariat, secretary only. Payal, yes, they take part in voting. Everyone in India takes part in voting. You're a civil servant, you can take part in voting. There's no problem in voting. You can't fight elections because, see, if you fight elections, you win a post that will become office of profit, right? If you are an MP, MLA, then you're a civil servant also. That's an office of profit. So how can you fight elections? Simple. Zeba saying one state comes under JPSC, they can never come under state PSC. No, Zeba, that is not the case. Haryana has its own public service commission now. Ilma, no, obviously not. Okay. Okay, one last question. Saidi is saying, if there are not many hierarchy, leads to concentration of power. No, Saidi, it doesn't mean that. It means that if you have 6, 7 levels of people working in a department, the problem what happens is if someone has a good idea at the under secretary level, for example, as an IAS officer, your first posting in central services, central government would mostly be under secretary. So for you to reach till the secretary to advise him, it will be almost impossible. He will not be reachable to you. So when you have too many hierarchy, too many levels, that becomes a problem. Okay, let's go ahead then. Now, let's talk about the role that the civil services have. What do the civil services do? What are they expected to do? What are the reforms in the government that are being introduced? Now, the civil servants mainly are expected to be neutral in whatever function that they perform. As a civil servant, you are expected to be class neutral, culture neutral, and political neutral. I think political neutral, you all understand. Class neutral means doesn't matter what is the class of people you are dealing with. You may be dealing with the poorest person in your entire state. You may be dealing with the most powerful person in the entire state. You are expected to be neutral. You are expected to make sure that your behavior towards them is not based on how much they earn, what is their political backing. It has to be based on the fact that you are a public servant, means servant of the public. Doesn't matter that public has enough money or not enough money, doesn't really matter. Although in real life, that is not true because you also know in real life how you interact with a person who is just lying on the street and how you interact with a person who has a higher position. It is just human nature that you behave in a very different way to different people. But once you become a civil servant, you're expected to be neutral, doesn't matter what the class of the people is with whom you're interacting. Similar is the case with culture. Means the example that I gave you, you are a DM, there are riots in your city, you are being called to control the situation. If you belong to a religion that is involved in the riots, you should not be seen as a person who will favor the people from your religion or your culture. If that happens, no one will now trust your authority, no one will trust your decisions. If you want the people to trust your decisions, if you want the people to support your decisions, you have to first prove that you are not in favor of any culture or religion just because you are from that religion or culture. You have to be culturally neutral. Similarly, politically neutral. As long as you are in the service, you should not tilt towards any one single political party. Treat every minister or every political party the same way. Doesn't matter what your personal preferences are. After retirement, do whatever you want. There's no problem with that. There's no compulsion for that. But as long as you are in the public service, as long as you are an officer, you can't take one side over the other. You can't say that, oh, I don't like these ministers because they are from the other party. I will not give them good advice. Or the other ones, I'll give them good advice. I'll listen to them, but not the others. No. You are expected to be neutral in politics as well. You're expected to be neutral in all these things. Doesn't matter who you're interacting with, doesn't matter what your culture or religion is, doesn't matter which party is in power. Similarly, as a civil servant, you're expected to be committed to your role. All these are very generic things that we have studied so far multiple times in governance. And as a civil servant, you're expected to ensure this. Please understand something. Civil services at the time of the British versus civil servants today are very, very, very different. When the British established the civil services, the idea was to extract as much money from the people as possible. That was the entire idea. That collect revenue, take money from the people, don't listen to any grievances, just take money from the people. So the British civil servants were more about collecting money, were more about making sure that they have the power. Civil servants after retirement don't have that role. As a civil servant, you're not expected to maximize the revenue. Maximize revenue now is not your duty. What is your duty? Your duty is to be committed to the people, help the people who require it, make sure the government policies are implemented, make sure the rule of the law is followed. If there is a law, it has to be followed. If you don't like the law, change the law, but you cannot break the law. You will be the first citizen of the district if you are the DM. Everyone will look up to you. You cannot have anyone not abiding by the law. You have to follow established code of ethics. So when you become an IAS officer or any officer, you will be given a rule book that this is the rule that you have to follow during your service. It is also called code of ethics. Code of ethics basically means the way in which you are supposed to conduct yourself. I'll give you a simple example. You are a free, or not free, you'll always be free. You are an ordinary citizen right now. What do? You have some friends over, you go on a car drive with them, you stop the car, you think, okay, let's have a few drinks in the car, let's have some music in the car. The driver will not drink, but let's have some drinks in the car, let's enjoy. We are free, ordinary citizens. Can you do that when you become a DM, or are you expected to do that when you become the DM of collector? Absolutely not. When you become the DM or the collector, you're not expected to do that, because then you are expected to abide by the highest code of ethics, the code of ethics that will be given to you. This is how you have to behave, this is how you do not have to behave. It's not that after 6 p.m. you think now my job is over. You go to terrace, open up, have a party, open bar, and everyone is seeing from the village that what has happened to this guy. You can't say, no, this is my personal time now. After 6 p.m., I'm not the collector, I'm not the DM. I am my own party animal. No, you can't do that. What you are entering into. Yes, Chirantan. Chirantan has corrected me. Chirantan is saying that his brand is 8 p.m. and not 6 p.m. Okay, Chirantan. So yours is 8 p.m. Good. Go ahead with that. So basically, the established code of ethics that you have, you need to follow that. In simple terms, code of ethics can be considered as rules of duty. In simple terms, let's say rules of duty. That this is what you have to do, this is what you do not have to do. You are entering into a 24/7 job, you're not entering into a 9 to 6 government job. Please remember that. Implement government policies and programs. I'll give you a example. When the government of India was rolling out the COVID-19 vaccine, the government of India created a list of those districts which are not doing well, where vaccination coverage was still very low. So they made a list of about 100 districts, and the Prime Minister himself had a online meeting with the DM of all those 100 districts, asking them, why are you not doing this? Asking them, why is the vaccination rate low? So again, you are expected to implement government policies and programs, polio vaccine, COVID vaccine, etc. You will be held responsible if the targets are not being met. You have to ensure probity and transparency. What is probity? Any idea? What is probity? Any idea? 10 people would have Googled till now. Still no idea. What is probity? I'm getting honesty, proficiency. Yes, what is this? Probity is this. What? Ah, yes, this is what you mean by probity. That is what your answer is. What is probity? Probity. Think of it. Not that difficult. Strong moral conduct. Prohibition. How can it be prohibition? Yeah. If you actually see, one of the things that are very interesting and common in polity and governance is you will see all these kind of keywords, probity, etc. Now, what do you mean by probity? In simple terms, basically high moral values, which can include a lot of things. It's not just one. It can be honesty, it can be ethical person. Basically, anyone who is following high moral values, that is called probity. Now, you will see these kind of words in ethics also, in governance also. My suggestion is please try and remember a few of these words. It makes your answer looks much, much, much better. For example, you may write that the civil servant should be or should display honesty, or you may write that civil servant should display probity. Trust me, if I read the word probity as compared to honesty, I will have a better impression in my mind that yes, you know what exactly are the values you're talking about. I'm not saying that you will get many more marks if you write probity as compared to honesty, but somewhere it's about forming an impression in the mind of the examiner. So that here and there, he or she might give you half a mark extra, 1 mark extra. Even then, 1 mark, half a mark extra here and there can make a lot of difference. Trust me. People lose out on their preferred service for 1 mark. For 1 mark, it can be the 1 mark can be different between you becoming IAS or IPS. So you don't want that. So yes, it's not that I'm asking you to now learn the entire thesaurus or I'm asking you to learn the entire dictionary, but these kind of words that you see very often being used in ethics, governance, try and utilize these words in your answer writing practice also so that you get a practice of it. Because you can't expect that you will use this word for the first time in the UPSC exam only. You will never use any new word in the UPSC exam, trust me. You will only use these words if you implement this now in your answer writing practice. Only when you use the word probity in your answer writing practice 2, 3 times, 5 times, then in the mains exam you might remember this and use this word. So including these new words, important words are always good. Anyway, so as a civil servant, you're expected to be honest, ethical, that is probity, and display transparency. Be open about the decision that you are taking. Ensure that you always are in the service of the people. You have a sense of duty towards the poorest of the poor. You would have seen this a lot of time. These are the kind of news that comes in that in a village, collector goes and has lunch with a family who is still considered as untouchable, or the collector goes and has lunch with a family that is discriminated against. Have you read this? These kind of things come in the paper very often. Now, as a civil servant, as a collector, or as a DM, it is not just your duty to sign on the files. It is your duty to ensure the overall state of your society becomes better. You have to do whatever is required to ensure welfare of the people, especially welfare of the poorest people, because they are the most dependent on the government. If someone has their own resources, they might not require a lot of help from you. As a collector, as a DM, you are expected to mostly help those who require the government's help the most, impact the lives of those who are the poorest, who are the weakest. The others can take care of themselves. This is where there is always a scope of improving. When you were or when people were the civil servants at the time of the British, that was not their role. The British civil servants were just about extracting as much money as possible. But here, the civil servants are mostly about making sure that they follow the rule of law and they help even the poorest section of the society. The civil servants in their working, Individual civil servants have their own issues. First, journalist civil servants. Journalists, again, it's a good thing also, it's a bad thing also. As a civil servant, especially if you're an IAS officer, you will not stay for a long time in any ministry. You will be transferred from one ministry to the other, to the other, to the third ministry, to the fourth ministry, etc. You will keep on transferring. So rather than actually having skills of one single ministry or one single sector, you will have some skills here, some skills there. I gave you an example earlier as well. A friend of mine who got selected in 2016 worked as SDM in some place, Harper, then came to Home Ministry for 1 year, then Shipping Ministry for 1 year, Rural Ministry for 1 year. So you become a kind of a basically jack of all trades or jack of most trades. That also the problem. You are not an expert in one field. It's not that you will say, I have spent 15 years in telecom ministry now, ask me anything about telecom ministry. That doesn't really happen. You're always a journalist who knows a bit about everything. Then the problem again is poor training and evaluation. You do get training in Masuri, etc., but after you join the job, it is very difficult for the government to keep on training you. This is something that is changing now. I will discuss about that in just a bit. The government initiative that has been started is called Karma Yogi. I'll discuss about what is Karma Yogi, but the government is trying to change this. That give them more training, ensure that the civil servants at the top of the job they understand how to work in specific conditions, how to ensure that people have the skills to make new policies. Poor incentivization, the same thing that I told you earlier as well. If you are a civil servant, in 99.9% cases, your promotion will only and only depend upon the number of years you have served. Your promotion will not depend upon how good you are working or what is the impact that you have had. The how it usually happens in real life is, for example, let's say you did something great. You implemented a great program. The only thing you may get is you may get a good posting from the government. The government may ask you to now come at the center government, work with them closely. The government may ask you to join the PMO, Prime Minister's office directly, but your post will remain the same. You don't get promoted that easily. So there is no incentive of going the extra mile for most of the civil servants, because you know that your promotion, etc., will happen when the time is over, when the time has come. It's not that easy that the promotion will happen just because you're doing a great job. The posting might change because the government might bring you to other places to bring in the similar kind of result, but you can't expect that just because you did something great you will get a lot of incentive. That doesn't really happen. Then there is cadre based civil services. Why is that a problem? Now, usually, if you are given a cadre, it's very, very, very difficult to get your cadre changed. For example, you get Gujarat cadre unless something exceptional happens in between. Let's say one condition is, for example, you get married to another officer of a different cadre, then one of your cadre will change. You can decide whether you want to take his cadre or her cadre. But apart from that, in most cases, your cadre means your state that has been allocated to you will not change. In most cases, it will not change. So the problem here is that if you have been given the Gujarat cadre, that you work in Gujarat, that now means that you are stuck there only. Let's say if some other states also want a good officer like you, it's very difficult for to get that officer in the other state. That becomes a problem. So again, cadres are extremely strict, extremely strict, and that is why it's not always a good thing. You might get a situation where you are not really going ahead and learning about the other parts of the country, while you learn about different ministries, but you don't learn about different parts of the country because again you have been given to a fun single cadre system, and that also becomes a big problem. There are also some other things that you have to understand. As a civil servant, you are expected to do a few things that you need to just remember always. First, certain level of detachment is required. What does it mean? You will see a lot of example. I'll give you an example. You will read these ethics case studies, etc. I think someone gave an example in the chat also, that some DM gave the electricity bill of a poor lady. Someone gave this example. Now, you may think of it as a very good thing. As a DM, you give the electricity bill of a poor lady. As a DM, you did this for the poor people, etc. But you might think it is good, but no, it is not good. You have to be slightly detached from your job. Why? Because you are feeding one poor lady, fine, great. You are giving electricity bill of one poor lady, great. But can you continue this? Would tomorrow 10 ladies come? Would you do that? If then day after tomorrow 50 ladies come, will you do that? Because India's population is unlimited. Your salary will not suffice that. So would you ensure that, would you be able to pay electricity bill for others also just because you paid for one? No. So you are setting a wrong example here. You are not setting the right example. You have to change the rules to make sure that people are held. You cannot and should not help them from their own side, because that becomes a big problem. You have to find a solution to the problem. And that becomes an even bigger problem for someone who comes after you. If you are transferred, let's say you are transferred, someone else comes in, people will expect now this person will pay our bill. But that cannot happen. You have to provide a solution. That is what it means by not attaching too much to the post. Yes, you have to think of the welfare of the people. You have to think what, which government scheme from which they can get help, which government scheme can ensure that they are getting proper, etc., etc. But it cannot always be from your own pocket, because that doesn't really make sense. There's no solution to that. Similarly, don't personalize your position. What does it mean? You would have seen at many places, when some DM or collector is being transferred, the DM might be so good that people start protesting that we don't want the DM or collector to go. You would have seen that, right? You would have seen that people protesting, no, we will not allow this officer to go. He has been so good, or she has been great. We will not allow this to go. It may look like very good to you reading in the paper that, oh, such a great officer, but that should not happen. You should never allow that to happen. Why? Because you are making it very difficult for the next officer. Then understand this. You are making it very, very, very difficult for the next officer. Because again, the problem here is, people, if they are getting help from you, the people should understand it is not you personally who is helping them. It is your post who is helping them. And it is your responsibility to make the difference between the two. Make sure people understand you are not helping them personally. It is the post that you have. Anyone to will who will come to this post will help them. That is what you have to understand, and you cannot make your role personal. You might think, oh, people will love me so much. If I go, people will not let me go. No, that is not something that you have to do. You have to make sure that the next person who comes in, because there will be someone who will come in after you, the next person who comes in also make has it easy to settle down. That is also why don't have very close personal ties with seniors, colleague, client. Again, for the same thing, you obviously have to have personal ties, but again, ideally, if you have too close ties, that again becomes a problem. Because when you go, someone else will come in, they'll be compared that you did not talk that much. Senior will say, oh, the person before you, he used to call me every day. You are not calling me, very bad. The person before you, when he was here, he used to bring breakfast for me every day. He used to wish me good morning with a good GIF on WhatsApp every day. And you are not doing that, very bad. So again, you can't have these kind of strong ties. Yes, you should have good tie, but having these strong ties with seniors, colleagues who expect the same from the next person, that is unfair. All that has to be kept in mind. There are some other issues that are still interfering with the working of all India service officers. Regular political interference, you all know this. I don't want to elaborate on that. You all know what is political interference. Politicians asking the bureaucrats to do what they want rather than actually doing the right thing. Dual control over all India service has weakened them. All India service officers are stuck between whether listen to a state government or to a central government, especially when the state government is run by an opposition party. Officers in Tamil Nadu, officers in West Bengal, officers in Punjab, just ask them the position. They don't know who to listen to, who not to listen to. Listen to the state government who they are reporting, or to the central government who has the final power over them to remove them. This dual control has weakened the working of the All India service. There are arbitrary transfers and there are short tenures. You all know. Whatever you read in the papers, it is true. Don't think, oh, when I become an IAS officer, no minister will be able to transfer me because I'll be so good. That is the image that you have, right? When I become an officer, every minister will be like, sir, where were you? Sir, where were you? No, that will not happen. Trust me. So this face this problem, and they will continue to face this problem of arbitrary transfer, short tenures, etc. Who knows? Maybe you can be the next Ashok Khemka. Maybe after a few years in my governance PPT, I'll put in your photo. Let's see this IAS officer, right? So may happen. These are still the limitations that we have. Other limitations: poor capacity building means poor training. The training that you get initially is good, but again, once you start working, after a few years, new challenges come in. When the ministers ask you to make a new policy, suggest a new policy, you should know what is the ongoing trend. Only then you should be able to suggest new policies. For that, again, we will discuss how the government of India has introduced something called Karmi Yogi. We'll discuss it in just a bit. There's poor performance valuation, meaning you are evaluated not on the basis of how good or bad you have done. Your promotion, etc., will always be on the basis of how many years have you spent. So basically, tenure is much more important than your performance. How great did you perform doesn't really matter quite a lot, as long as you did not commit any big blunder. Go to office on time, come back on time, don't do any blunder, you will be promoted on schedule, no issues. If you did a big blunder, then it becomes a problem. I do know you want to know an example of a blunder. I'll give an example of a blunder. So basically, few years back, Prime Minister visited a place in Chhattisgarh. He came in. So when the Prime Minister comes to your district for any reason, even for political rally, DM obviously will be the one to receive him. So Prime Minister came in, landed from his helicopter. The DM was there to receive him. The DM was wearing aviator sunglasses when he received the Prime Minister. Now, how can you look smarter than the Prime Minister? You cannot. So he was wearing these aviator sunglasses, Ray-Ban sunglasses. Apparently, that office, there was action taken against that officer that this is against the code of ethics. This is not how you should perform your duty. So again, if you want to do a blunder, at least don't do it in front of the Prime Minister. Okay, choose your people wisely, choose your situation wisely. So again, if you don't do such blunders, your promotion, etc., will be on track. But the problem is tenure is much more important than your performance. That remains a big issue here. There's corruption. We all know this. We have read two modules on corruption, so I'm not going to detail of what is corruption. There is other problem of wage compression. What does it mean? See, the civil servants, when you become a civil servant, you will get a lot of facilities from the government. Facilities such as you'll get a good government housing without any rent, you'll get a couple of servants without any rent, you will get a car from the government without any rent for official purposes, you'll get a driver, no issues with that. For your official purpose, electricity, etc., will be free of cost. So that is fine. But the salary part, how much money you get in the bank account may not be very high. Not very high. It is not bad. It's fine. It's good. But it's not that great if you compare with the private sector. In private sector, people will obviously get much more money as they go higher up. In the government sector, you get a lot of power. You get all these benefits out of it. But the cash component is not that high. There's a whole lot of a difference between the two. And this is not just with the IAS officers. You look at a few years back, I remember there was a comparison between salary of SBI chairman when Arundhati Bhattacharya was SBI chairman. So there was a comparison between salary of SBI chairman and SGFC chairman. I still remember it was something like that SBI chairman in the year, I think she earned everything included 50, 60 lakh in a year. And this SDFC chairman, I think, earned over 100 crore in a year. Something like that. Pretty weird comparison. So, but then the comparison also was that the government bungalow where Arundhati Bhattacharya lives, that government bungalow value right now, it's in such a prime location, the value is over 100 crore of that bungalow. But the problem is that that bungalow is not yours, right? You have to leave it sometime. It's not that you can just be there. So there is no comparison between the two. But yes, in private sector, obviously you do not have that problem. Private sector does pay you more than the public sector. Now there are different reforms that are being introduced, and we'll discuss them one by one. First reform in recruitment, second reform in training, that is where Karmyogi comes in, and third reform is required in performance appraisal, that is give incentives, increase salary based on the performance and not randomly. These are the three reforms. Let's see. First, reforms in recruitment. What are the reforms in recruitment required or may happen? First, lateral entry. We'll discuss about this in just a bit. So wait for this. Lateral entry has been introduced now. We'll discuss what that is, how does that work. Second reform in recruitment, separate technical services from journalists. Technical can be, let's say, revenue service, auditing service, because these require specialized knowledge. The IAS officers, revenue service officer, it is always better if they have a background in this field, right? Rather than just randomly going ahead and choosing anyone for these services. IAS, etc., generalized services. Anyone can come and learn from training. But for auditing revenue, it's better that you have that background. That is again a suggestion that should be implemented. Third, changing exam pattern process. This is something that we studied in second ARC. These are the second ARC recommendations that we have discussed about, which most of you did not like. Remember, prelims and mains together, those kind of things. As I said, we will discuss about lateral entry in few minutes, so don't worry. We will come to lateral entry. Then there are reforms in training that need to be introduced. First reform in training, training for all. What does it mean, training for all? I'm not sure how many of you know this. It's not that everyone has their training in Missouri for a long time. No. So basically, what happens? You clear the civil services exam, you go to Missouri, you have that induction for a few days, then everyone goes to different places for their training. IAS officers have their training in Missouri. IPS officers, they have their academy in Hyderabad. Foreign services officers, they have their academy, for example, in Delhi. IRS officers, they have their academy in Faridabad. So there's basically different places that you go to for your training. The induction for the first few years will happen in Missouri. IAS officers stay back, and the mostly others will go to other places wherever the headquarter is. What happens is in the lower services, usually there is not a lot of training that is held. A lot of training is given to IAS, IPS, Indian Foreign Service. A lot of training is given, but at the lower ranks, you do not see a lot of training being given. That is a suggestion. Training should be given to all those who have been chosen, all services, not just giving training to IAS or IPS only properly or IFS. It should be given to all of them, because again, as we discussed, the government may change your service as well in the future. So it's good to give training to all. Also, have training content as per the present requirement. At the end of the day, the bureaucrats are expected to be the primary policy makers for the government. They suggest which policies to form, which policies not to form. So they should know what is happening in the society, what are the big challenges, be it new scientific trends, be it like cryptocurrency, cybercrime, etc. They should know all of that. Training should be linked to career progression, meaning if an IAS officer wants to go ahead in the field of finance only, then give him training for finance only. If an IAS officer only wants to go ahead in the field of agriculture, for example, then give him or her training for agriculture only. If the officer wants to go ahead in the field of, let's say, in the Ministry of Defense only, then give him or her training for defense only. These are suggestions that how can you improve training, and most importantly, training in soft skills. Soft skill means basically how to interact with people, how to talk to people, how to listen to people, how to be presentable to the people. All these are things that should be done, because a big part of your job as an IAS officer will just be interacting with people who come here to need help, people who think that you will be the one who will give them all the help required. That also has to be a part of the training. These are reforms that can be introduced. And third, reforms in performance appraisal. As I said, without seeing who are the officers who are doing a better job, how can you give them increment or how can you promote them? The simple idea is government should make sure that we have to look into account or keep into account their performance while giving them appraisal. Give them appraisal based on their performance, give them incentive based on their performance. For example, let's say there's a DM who has been able to achieve zero dengue cases in the district, then give him an incentive for that. If there's a DM that has been able to make sure that it is the cleanest city of all the country, which has been done in by many cases, then they should be incentivized for that. We should have grades for quantifiable target. Quantifiable target means government should have exact targets which can be measured. Like as I said, zero dengue cases can be one target. That who achieves it will be given an incentive. Or maybe let's say zero malaria cases, 100% COVID vaccination. These kind of quantifiable targets. That exact target should be set, that these are targets that you should have, and if they achieve that, they should be given incentive. And you should also have feedback from this. Feedback means asking people around them how did they work, were they good in their work, were they bad in their work. On the basis of the feedback, again, the government should make sure that the incentives are on this basis only. So rather than just thinking of tenure, how much tenure have you completed, focus on how much you have performed, how good or bad you have performed, and then give incentive. Now comes the issue of lateral entry. What is lateral entry? Lateral entry is a simple idea. See, right now, if you want to become an IAS officer, the only way is you give the UPSC exam, you clear the exam, and then you become an IAS officer. Simple. But the suggestion is, let us have people from the industry without giving the exam. Let us state make them IAS officer at a higher level. Let's take a simple example. Now, Government of India has a problem that BSNL is going into a lot of losses, right? Just take a simple example. It's going into losses, it's not earning money. Government thinks to revive BSNL, why not have someone from the private sector who is an expert in this telecom sector? So government will ask, let's say, someone who has worked in Airtel for 10, 15 years, someone who has worked in Geo or Vodafone, anyways, loss making, forget it. Airtel, Geo, whoever has been working for a long time, and let's say invite them for some years, come to our telecom ministry. We will give you the post of an IAS officer for some years. Just give an interview, not no exam, just give an interview, come in, and you will become an IAS officer on a contract basis, 3 years, 5 years, etc. In simple terms, this is called lateral entry. This is lateral entry, that you allow them to enter civil services at a later stage only for some years to bring in change, to bring in reform so that they can bring in their expertise. Now, would the IAS officers like it? Obviously not. IAS officers have been very, very, very against this idea. That is why this idea, although for a long time, was not implemented, because IAS officers were very much against it. Now it has been implemented, but unfortunately, it has not given a lot of great results. Many of the officers or many of the people who came into a later entry have already resigned without completing their tenure because they thought it's impossible to work for the government. I'll show you how it works. So, this is the idea. Let's take a simple example. Usually, Usually, if you clear the service right now, clear the UPSC exam, after 17 years of service, you go to the joint secretary level. If you clear the exam after 17 years, you will go to joint secretary level and you remain at the same level for 10 years and then you get promoted. It is at the joint secretary level that the government is trying to bring in people from outside. On an average, a joint secretary is about 45 years of age. On an average, 45 years of age is the age of a joint secretary. When you become joint secretary, till 55 you are usually joint secretary. But again, it really depends on at what age you cracked the exam. If you crack the exam at 22, obviously you'll be much younger. If you crack the exam at 30, 28, 29, that will be older. But usually this is the aim. After 17 years, you usually become a joint secretary. So government is trying to bring in lump sum these kind of people from the outside. I show you the government post also. Just a second. Yeah, I'll bring go there back. This is the ad. So it was 2021. See, Government of India requests lateral entry at joint secretary and director level officers for Department of Agriculture, Farmer Welfare, Agriculture Ministry, etc. Education qualifications, MA in agriculture, etc. Experience, they are asking experience of at least 15 years in these fields. So again, similar. 15 years of experience that you can come in if you want to. You just have to give an interview. This is not a permanent position. This is not a permanent position, as you can see, for a period of 3 years. See this. It is for a period of 3 years that you can come in, can be extendable to 5 years based on performance. This is a lateral entry idea that bring in people from outside at a higher position, joint secretary, make them an officer, 3 years, 5 years. Now, again, as I said, this idea of lateral entry was delayed considerably because the IAS community did not want people from outside coming in. It is their monopoly. How can others come in? Lateral entry would have its own obvious advantages. Obviously, first, specialized knowledge. As I told you, IAS officers are generalized officers. They don't get one specific expertise. People coming from outside will have expertise, so they will fill in the knowledge gap. The knowledge gap that has to be filled in, they can make better policies, they can bring in ideas how Geo or Airtel are running successfully, and maybe BSNL can do the same. It can also bring a change in the work culture. Uh, IAS officer may not want to agree, but the work culture of government is not very appropriate, right? It is not very efficient. So maybe they can bring in that work culture that no, I have to get the job done in the correct time period. And it can also to participatory governance. How? Private sector will participate in the governance. Private sector's participation is ensured. Private sector's participation is ensured. All of these are advantages that may be had with the help of lateral entry. However, in reality, it has not been true. In reality, there are many arguments against the lateral entry as well. Outsourcing expertise, meaning that what if the person comes into BSNL for 3 years, 5 years from Airtel? He comes to BSNL, learns everything, and then goes back to Airtel with all the secrets. It might happen, right? It might happen. Coming in, learning everything. Oh, this is what the government is doing. Let me go back. And then maybe have a higher package. It can happen. You are telling outsiders about how your business is running. Cumbersome decision making process. See, just because you came in from outside doesn't mean government job will be easier for you. The government processes file going from one department to the other department, it will remain the same. Just because you have come in from outside, they will not treat you separately. In fact, if anything, they will try to make your process even difficult. That, oh, this has come in, let me show them how it works. That is what you do, right? When someone comes in from outside, you have a feeling, oh, they will tell me how to work, I will tell them. So the decision making process is not that easy. Even if they suggest something to the government, the final policy is with the government only. The government will say, no, 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 we don't like this idea. That's a problem. Are they coming to make profit or for public service? That is never be clear. If an Airtel guy comes into BSNL, maybe he's doing it to go to Airtel back at a three times package. Maybe he'll say, now increase my salary. I know a lot more about the government. That is why people come to government service a lot of times. So that they can go back and they claim, now give us a higher package. So you never know, are they doing it for profit or they really want to help the government. And there's conflict of interest. Conflict of interest again is, would the person really be working in the interest of BSNL or would he be working in the interest of Airtel internally? It may happen, right? You work for a company for so many years, now you work for the government. Are you really working in the interest of the government or were you actually still working for a private sector? That is why lateral entry, although it has been introduced now, as I said, but not very successful. Few people have been appointed, many of them have already resigned also, and we have not seen any major policy change that has happened. Now, some other thing as well. Second ARC has suggested these things for the civil servants. Apart from the seven Nolan principles, remember? Nolan principles that we discussed in the second ARC report. Apart from that, the second ARC has also suggested that civil servants should ensure these things. We have discussed all of these words one by one in earlier classes, so I don't think I need to explain them again. We have discussed integrity with the Mahatma Gandhi story. Impartiality, we have discussed how you have to be impartial, neutral. Commitment to public service, all of you know. Exemplary behavior, not having a party all night in your terrace. We have discussed that. Be devoted to your duty and be openly accountable. If you did something wrong, you also have to own up to it, you also have to answer it. All these are the words that we have already discussed. Also, it is 9:13 already. So I think most probably we will overshoot by 15 minutes or so, because this is the last module, so we have to cover it up. We'll overshoot by about 15 minutes, 1 5. I think by 9:45 we should be good enough. Just in case you want to leave, there is always a recorded version. So the last 15 minutes, you can see the recorded version also if you want to. Entirely up to you. But I don't want to rush it just to complete in 15 minutes. We'll not do that. We'll overshoot by 15 minutes, not an issue, but we'll complete that properly. So again, all these are things that we have already discussed many times in the past. It is the second ARC that have suggested this. Sakib, exemplary behavior means you have to show to people how to behave. Exemplary behavior is everything. How you sit, how you talk, where you go, how you meet people, so that people can learn from your experience, learn from your behavior. You will decide, for example, you are the DM. If you behave properly with people coming in to meet you, then everyone else in the office will behave the same way. If you don't behave well with them, no one else will behave well with them. As simple as that. So you have to prove that and show that as an example. Now coming to towards the end of it, Mission Karma Yogi. This impacts you directly. So Government of India had this idea that civil servants, IAS officers, we need to give them more training. We need to make sure that they are trained properly because they are not getting proper training in their job. So Government of India started a program called Mission Karma Yogi. When it started first, the idea was it is kind of an online portal where the civil servants like yourself can go and take up many courses, like course in the field of finance, in the field of agriculture. There will be many online courses that they can take up, made by experts from that field. Let's say some university professor of some agriculture university has made a course. So if you're working in the agriculture ministry, you can watch that course. Some finance guy has made a course. So if you're working in the field of finance, maybe you can watch that course. That is Mission Karmik. That is how it started. That we will first have all these online courses where people can go and take the courses. Later on, now it is developing into more of a government portal for civil servants only, where not just they can watch online courses, but they can also now, for example, have to apply for a leave. They can do that there. Their attendance will be maintained there. Just like if you're in a private sector company, there's an online portal where you go and file your attendance, ask, see your taxes, etc. One stop solution, basically. That is what Mission Karmyogi is also becoming. Started as a program for training, capacity building, now going into and trying to develop into a program so that it can be a one stop solution for what the government wants to achieve with all the civil servants. So basically, six pillars of Mission Karmi Yogi. You don't have to remember this. This is just a government initiative. The government wants to build the capacity of the civil servants to make sure that they can take up courses and they will be tracked also. For example, when the government, let's assume, wants to take up or wants to decide whether you will be promoted or not, or government wants to decide on your transfer. So government will see how many courses have you done already, in which course, what was your grade. So government will also keep a track of it, that how many courses have you watched, all that will be tracked. So let's understand the structure of this Mission Karmi Yogi portal. How will it work? At the very top, there is a body called the PM Human Resource Council. They are at the very top. So they will approve and review all the programs, that which program will be uploaded online, that you can see, that you cannot see. That is the topmost line. At the top, we have the PM Human Resource Council, led by the Prime Minister. It has chief ministers, union cabinet ministers, people from outside also, academicians will be invited, industry experts will be invited. They will take the final call which courses should be uploaded, which courses should not be uploaded. First, below them comes the Cabinet Secretary Coordination Unit. So, PM Human Resource Council at the top. Second, after them comes the Cabinet Secretary Coordination Unit. Cabinet Secretary is the senior most IAS officer of the country. Cabinet Secretary means the senior most IAS officer of India. Whoever is Cabinet Secretary, by default, he or she is considered as the head of the IAS in India, because they are the highest officer of the IAS officer of the country. What they will do, they will monitor the progress, that whether everything is running fine or not. They will make sure that all the academicians are making their courses, the portal is running online or not. All the cadre controlling authorities, all the secretariats will be under them. So again, at the top, we had the PM Human Resource Council. And at number two, we have the Cabinet Secretary Coordination Unit that will coordinate that all the courses are running or not. Then comes the portal. The platform is being called Karma Yogi Portal for all the government servants to undergo training depending upon whatever their areas are. As I said, you work in the agriculture ministry, go and see agriculture related courses. You work in finance, go finance related courses. All of these can be the portal. It will lead to capacity building, that is skill development. And then, as I said, it is a portal that is being evolved as a portal where government servants can do a lot of other things as well. Apply for leaves, deployment, work assignment, all of this, vacancies, all of this will be done. So it's started as a portal for only these online courses. Then now it is going ahead and now being developed into one single portal for all the government service related needs, only for public servants. There is one more body that will work, Capacity Building Commission. They are the ones who will actually make the programs. So we have at the top PM Human Resource Council, final body that will take the decision. Second, we discuss Cabinet Secretary Coordination Unit. Cabinet Secretary Coordination Unit that will coordinate to make sure all the programs are running on time, everything is running fine. Then we have this Capacity Building Commission. They will be the one who will actually be building the course, making the courses. They will have experts from related fields, global experts. For example, let's say they might ask an IIM Ahmedabad professor to make a course on finance. They might ask some other very established agriculture scientist to make a course on agriculture. And they will be the one who will make plans and take final approval from the PM Human Resource Council. So at the top, PM Human Resource Council to give final approval for everything else. This is what they will be doing. That is the Capacity Building Commission. They will have faculty resources will be made, training will be done. They will decide what will be the programs, etc. Take all the data, prepare annual reports. Basically, they are the ones who are doing the real job. They are the ones who are doing the real job. They will supervise all the training institutes. Are the courses being prepared properly or not? Make sure mid training programs are happening. Mid career program means you have a training at the beginning of the career at Masuri. In the middle of your career, also, you will have all these kind of trainings. They will analyze the data of the Karmyogi portal and prepare annual report also. Annual report, for example, will be like from which state most IAS officers took up the course, from which IAS officer saw the most courses or performed the best, so that the government can then take decisions based on that data. Which IAS officer should be promoted, which IAS officer should be given incentive, etc. That is the entire idea. So that it is not just based on tenure, it's now based on all these kind of things as well. The most interesting part, who will pay for this portal to keep it running? You, my dear friend, you will pay, not the government. You will pay. So the government has decided we are not going to pay for this. To keep the portal running, you will pay. Provided that you become an IAS officer, then you will pay. Otherwise, you will not pay. Don't worry. You will pay 431 rupees per year that will be deducted from your salary. So it's per employee, 431 rupees from your salary will go as a part of this Karma Yogi portal. They will be used to utilize that portal. It will operate the online portal. It is owned by a company that is government controlled properly. That is how the portal will be launched, and it will be sustainable with your own money. So congratulations, you are contributing to the betterment of the country. It is only because of you that we are becoming better. Otherwise, by the way, when I say you will pay for it, only when you become an officer. If you're not becoming an officer, then you're not paying for it, so don't worry about that. Either you can think of stop saving this money by not becoming an officer, or giving of this money if you become an IAS officer. The choice is yours. uh, Also, how will this portal work exactly? What will happen in this portal? So basically, it will ensure that there are evaluations done of all the officers. How the evaluation done would be based on how much course content you see, based on what is your performance. Then Prime Minister will have a dashboard again to show the performance of different departments, which department is doing a good job, which department is not doing a good job, which state is doing a good job, which state is lagging behind. They will also have, as I said, national report, year-long report about the progress made. That is, how much progress has been made so far, which officer is doing good. Prime Minister basically himself at the very top level will have access to all of that, so that all these decisions or all these data are kept in mind while taking important decisions. This is the Mission Karmyogi portal. KPI will, okay. Any idea what is KPI? Any idea what is KPI? Maybe people in the field of IT would know this. KPI is, okay, Deepika. Yes, KPI basically is key performance indicators. It actually key performance indicators. For example, for example, how many did time or how many days did you come on time? How many leaves have you taken? How many targets have you achieved? How many have you sold? These kind of things, basically. These kind of things. So it depends on what your job is. Depending on different jobs, you'll have different KPIs. So, for example, for a civil servant, how will they be judged? Maybe the number of minutes that they saw the course, how many courses did they see, all of that will be key performance indicators. Now, the last thing that we have is something that remained in the news a few months back, and it's a big debate between center and the states. A few months back, when I say few months back, it's I think 1.5 years ago now. A few months back, the government of India decided to make some changes in what is called the IAS Cadre rule. IAS Cadre rule. Now, we are not interested in the entire rule. I'll tell you what the rule is, why is it in the news. IAS Cadre rule means, in simple terms, if a officer is working for the state government, who has the power to transfer that officer to the center government? How does that work? So I'll tell you what happens. The usual scenario is, let's assume the government of India wants 20 IAS officers for the center government. They will ask the state governments that how many can you send. State governments ask their officers usually that how many, who wants to go to Delhi, who doesn't want to go to Delhi, raise your hand. So those who usually say yes, we will go, they are transferred. That is usual process. Usually, in most cases, you will not see officers being forced to get transferred. It doesn't usually happen. They usually ask which officer wants to go. Those who want to go, sir, 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 and then they go. As simple as that. But what has happened in the past few years is it has not been that easy between center and the state. State governments, for example, that are being run by opposition parties, especially, they don't agree to center government. They say we will not send any IAS officer. Center government says if we don't have any IAS officer, how will we run? So what happened was, specifically with respect to West Bengal, although it has happened earlier also in case of Tamil Nadu, but it happened in case of West Bengal. Government of India wanted some people from West Bengal. These higher officials, chief secretary of West Bengal, they said we will not come. Instead, they resigned from the IAS post and they joined the Trinamool Congress party. So basically, what the government of India did was, government of India thought, let us change the IAS cadre rules then. Let us write in the rules that now we will decide which officer will come. Those who don't come, we will punish them. We will remove them from the job or we'll suspend them or whatever. That was a IAS cadre rule change. Again, before the IAS cadre rule change, the earlier rule was you ask the officers, those who used to say yes, only they were transferred. Now the IAS officers rule was changed. The government said, central government thought, we will now force the IAS officers to come even if they don't want to come. When the rules were changed, IAS officers were very angry. They thought government should not have done this. So government took back the new rules. We are now again back to the old rules only. Again, government took back the new rules that we will decide now. We will not ask the states. We will decide whoever wants to come, we will bring them. Now the rules have been changed again to the old rules. So the new rules have not been implemented so far. But it has at least brought this question in the news, that what is this problem and why does it usually happen? So look at this. It is a consultative process. All India services officers usually go to central government when the central government wants to. The central government chooses the officers from those who offer. See, from those who offer. Only from those the central government chooses the officers. They don't just force the officers to come in. Also, the state government has to say yes, only then it used to happen. State government should say yes, only then. This is where the problem is being created. State governments were saying no, we will not send. Officers were saying no, we will not go. The problem here is, in India, we still have vacancy in the IAS also. Do you know that? We don't have enough IAS officers. Now, don't ask me why are we not recruiting more. I don't know. Ask an RTI, file an RTI, government will tell you. But we still have lack of IAS officers, but the government is for some reason still not increasing the number of IAS officers. The government changed the rule, giving them the self power that we will now decide. But there was opposition from the IAS lobby that no, please don't do that. So the government took back the rule. We are back to the old rule once again. Now, as I said, the Tamil Nadu example is an older example. The more latest example is a West Bengal example. In Tamil Nadu, as back as in July 2001, the government asked for 3 officers from the IPS, from Tamil Nadu cadre. They said that no, we will not do it. But then there was this controversy. in West Bengal once again in December 2020. It was about the transfer of some IPS officer, then it was transfer of Chief Secretary of West Bengal, that you have to come into Delhi now to work, but again, that was also not done. There are arguments on both sides. Central government says that we do not have enough people. We need IAS officer at the central level also. States say, why don't you then recruit your own? Increase the number of people, but they have not done that so far. Again, I don't know why they have not done that. Central government is unable to fill vacancies at the director and the joint secretary level. The central government is dependent on the states also. 40% of posts at joint secretary level and 60% posts basically have to be filled by the government. And these are not being filled because the states apparently are not collaborating with the government, and the government was thinking of changing the rules. The present system, I also wanted to give you some data. The present vacancies. This data is available only till 2021 as per the government. Total of 6709 IAS officers in the country, 445 with the union government, remaining with the state. 10% of IAS officers posts in the middle level are with the center government. Earlier, it used to be 19%. Means the government of India's officers at the central level, somewhere in the deputy secretary level, have declined considerably. The government of India wants to increase that because, again, having lesser number of officers means work gets delayed in different departments, and this is what creates a problem. If your question is, sir, do you have to remember this data? Not really. Don't worry about that because, see, anyways, if you are appearing for 2024 exam, in some cases even 25 exam, till then this data anyways will be outdated. So my suggestion is, in case you are appearing not this year, 24, 25, or even later, please make sure that you get that year's data. It's a Google search thing. You will get it very easily. Just Google search for IAS officer vacancies and you will get that data. This is slightly outdated, so I will not suggest to remember this only. You can have other better data if you actually go around. These are the issues with the proposed amendment. And I'll just write it here so that you remember. A amendment which has been taken back. Which has been taken back. So that amendment has not been implemented now. First, infringement of the right of the states. Even if the state government said no, center would just take the officers. So it is against cooperative federalism also. You are not allowing the states to retain their own officers. You're not even asking the states why are they not sending those officers. You are just implementing this decision because as a union government you have the power. Third, officers consent also is being neglected. Officers themselves who don't want to go are being forced to be presentable or presented to the central government. Political misuse, as we saw, BJP versus Trinamool Congress, earlier BJP versus a DMK, that also has a possibility of weakening the role of IAS officers, and it may lead to the decline of all India service because the officers may not want to get stuck between two political parties, right? No officer wants to get stuck between two political parties, one at the center, one at the state. All of them want independence and freedom to work. That is why, and because of obviously the protest by the IAS officer lobby, which is very, very strong, the government took back the rules. So the amendment has not been done so far. Perfect. So we are at the end of it. I have a couple of practice questions for you. Let's do that, and then we'll be at the end of it. I'll take some of your questions after that. Sheen means shine, lusha, shine, that something that makes the thing looks good. Okay, let's do a couple of practice questions, and then I'll be here for a few minutes to answer your question. Okay. First question. Read this carefully. Let me know when should I start the time. Should we start? Okay. And your time is up. Oh, only 22%. That's surprising. Only one is correct. How? First, wrong. Why? Half of the members, not all. We have discussed the qualification is only half of the members should have held an office for under 10 years. Second is wrong. Why? The retirement age is 62. For UPSC, the retirement age is 65. For state PSC and for Joint Public Service Commission, the retirement age is 62. Remember? So these two are wrong. The third one is correct. The answer here is A, only one is correct. Okay? Only one is correct. First and second, both of these are wrong. Pulkit, no. For two or more states, it was to form a joint public service commission. If two or more states request, then the parliament can start or make a joint public service commission. But if any state requires the UPSC to make to help them, then they can. Two or more states was for making a joint public service commission. Okay, one more question. Read this carefully. Let me know when to start the time. Should we start? Okay, your time has started. 10 more seconds. And your time is up. 42% people are correct. This is C. All these three are correct. All these three are advisory functions. If you go back to in the PPT to the slide where we talked about the advisory function of UPSC, all these three are mentioned exactly the same. These are the things that make the government of India takes advice of the UPSC. All these three are absolutely correct. You can go back to a PPT, look at the slide. It is exactly mentioned like that. This brings me to the end of the class and end of governance as well. This is the leaderboard right in front of you. 17 people answered both the questions correctly. Riya, Akhilesh, Yashoda, Kirtna, Shiva, Shahid, Bansi, Beg, Laharika, Swagatika, Prachi, Bhardwaj, Zeba, Chandrahas, Pankaj, Akhil, and Preetika. Perfect. Good job, guys. This brings us to the end of governance. I hope the syllabus or the entire subject was understandable and was enjoyable for all of you, or you learned something new. I'll take a few questions very quickly. Also, the SME will still be here. You can keep on asking a question as well whenever you want to. Also, you will receive a feedback form once the subject is over. Please don't forget to fill that up as well. Manoj, all is an extreme word, but that doesn't mean that whenever you have the word all, the answer will be correct or the statement will be wrong. There's no rule like that. It's only when you don't know, maybe you can take a guess, but doesn't mean that wherever you use the word all, that will always be wrong. Mrityunjay, all of them will get the post. Okay. Rashmi, strategy for governance: keep a track of current affairs and make sure you revise the PPTs. Pulkit is saying if there will be no Carter based system, won't it create a problem for setting a new place, culture, language every few years? No, Pulkit. So the idea is It has been implemented now. Have a group of states where you can be posted rather than just one state. Let's say have 4 or 5 states where you can be posted. Satyam was saying civil servants doing private business. It's also a problem with civil services is an office of profit. No, Satyam. Definition of office of profit is job by, under the government. You are earning a profit from the government. That is the entire definition of office of profit. Private sector is not office of profit. Then I've already given advice for governance, Akib. Try and make sure that you read current affairs as much as possible. Joanna, as I told you, no book is required for civil servants. No book is required for governance. You are good to go with this. No, I will not take ethics classes. I will not take ethics classes. Perfect. So I'll take a leave from here. The SME is still here to answer all the questions that you want. I hope that going on to the next subject, you will be as attentive in the class as you have been. Please keep practicing all your questions. Please keep writing as many answers as possible. That will help you in the long run. Thank you so much. Bye bye. One last time. Have a good day ahead.